Push it towards the end.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. It's June 2nd, 2026. City Clerk, can we do the roll call?
Mayor Olson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bishop,
Here.
Council Members Lower,
Here.
Bettencourt.
Here.
Alarcon.
Here.
Commissioners Fragasane
Here.
and Betts.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Now we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Commissioner Elise, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I will. Right hand over your hearts. Ready, begin.
Okay, thank you. Okay, City Clerk, could you please play the Public Code of Conduct?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Palmdale City Council is now in order. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's City Council meeting, and the Council encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the council must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the council's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the council. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with council members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements towards the council, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and council members, and may not excessively clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the council meeting. Finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify city staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Great, thank you. We always like to follow that up with the cute critter video. Great, thank you. City Clerk, could you now tell us the observances for June?
The City of Palmdale would like to acknowledge the following observances: Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month, Pride Month, Gun Violence Awareness Day, Flag Day, and Juneteenth. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Section 4, non-agenda public comment. Now is the time for public participation. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak to us? For
Yes, we
non-agenda
have
items?
Eugene Hernandez.
Welcome.
Hi. I'd like to speak in favor of Business AV Cadillac. I think they're a good company. And also, I would like to bring recognition to one of your finest city employees, Mike Livingston. He did an outstanding job last city council meeting regarding road repair. He's one of these few employees of yours that actually sit with the public, with the voters, with the taxpayers. All the rest of them hide in the back. And I have tried to contact Nardi many times and not received one single response from her email regarding city business. And I think, she should be fired for not responding to us taxpayers. And once again, I think it's awful that the city council, in this 250-year celebration of democracy, that you are preventing democracy for the voters and citizens of Lancaster by not having a direct vote for mayor. What is your problem? Why do you take away democracy from us? The raza who work here, who pay your outstanding taxes, who do your work in your city, who commit to the fullest to the city, and yet you deprive us of a direct vote for mayor. Instead, what you do is, like what Austin does, make a motion to give $300,000 to AV Edge, a company that doesn't do anything for the Chicano community here, for the immigrants. You just give out money like it's yours. Instead of providing education, there's thousands of young Chicanos I see every day coming out of school. They could enjoy a scholarship, but no, they're negligible. Austin's friends on AV Edge and Mercy, those are the people you give money to. And then you have the audacity to tell Lancaster, give them another $300,000. Poor company, they need some money. But you don't care about us, our voter, our taxpayers, the people who put money in your pockets. You don't care about us because you have only a set of standards that the business community comes first, and the Chicano community, the working class people who are working to make Palmdale a better city, you don't care about them. So, I would appeal to your hearts, but you don't have any. Thank you.
We have Jetro Elise.
Might need another cute critter video.
Thank you for taking my comment, council, mayor, and commissioners. The reason why I'm here today is I want to highlight some of the things that's been going on here within our community, and that is with our Knights football team. They are a spectacular group of kids. Their parents are dedicated, and they have shown resilience in our communities. They are shaping the young men here in the Palmdale area. I have a player in the back, a couple players in the back that I would like to highlight. This past year, they were the only team here in the Antelope Valley to represent the city of Palmdale on the national level in the state of Florida. That is incredible. Out of all the teams that are here that play out here in the Antelope Valley, we were the team to go out there and represent the city of Palmdale. And I wanted to highlight that. Some of the issues that we're running into is that we need help when it comes to our teams. That's just what it is. Access to fields, equipment, getting the city involved. And I implore you and I invite you to come down and see our kids, talk to them, talk to the parents, see the level of commitment and dedication that you're seeing, because we realize as parents and as coaches that we must take an active role in the lives of these young men. We also have a young lady that plays football as well. I don't know if you've known, she was actually highlighted in our, I think our local news station as one of the top players in our city and in our community. So it's not just for the young men, it's also for the young women that want to participate. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This young lady, she has ice in her veins. She's that good. She is that good. But it just highlights what we're doing as a community in keeping our kids playing an active role in their lives, And like I said before, I implore you to come down to one of our practices, speak to the coaches, speak to the parents, talk to the kids. My son is actually one of the players. We actually had a chance to go to San Francisco and win the region for the state of California. So that's the level of dedication that we've been seeing from our parents, our coaches, and our football team. And I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
We have Michael Ross.
Hi, good evening. It's good seeing you guys. Yeah, I just have a couple of things. One is I don't want to steal Rich's thunder, but we're still looking for the town hall meetings to happen. You all said that you're willing to make that happen, so we'd like to see that. We at PFC will absolutely help you make those happen. Thank you for doing yours. That was awesome. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, I had to work, but Rich was filling me in. Got a big question about this Commerce Center. I just heard news of this. I don't know where I've been, but I guess it's been around for a little bit of time. But there's a big Commerce Center getting ready to be built over here. And I have a question. I know you can't answer it right now, but if you would answer it later, is that going to be a data center? That's my big question. I'm not so hip on the idea of that huge place being out there. We don't want to be Commerce LA. We want to be Palmdale. And I'm afraid that our quality of living will go down if we have a behemoth place out there. I think we should consider that. My neighborhood, I live in a relatively new development, and we have an area there where they put the dust gates up, like these panels. They just rip apart, and I'm noticing that in our neighborhoods, the ones that are being developed right now, the developers aren't doing a good job of keeping our neighborhoods clean and looking good. They build houses, people don't get into them. We've got weeds growing all over the place. Where I live is relatively new. I live over by Highland High School, and it's starting to look kind of like a ghetto, to be honest. And I'm wondering if there's something that the city can do to get the developers to make sure they're keeping our neighborhoods clean. I can show you a fence that's like about 100 feet long, and it's got like a blanket on it. It's all ripped apart, blowing and everything. It looks horrible. So I'd love for the city to do something about that. And on a positive note, I can't wait for the drive-in theater over there at the amphitheater. That sounds like a load of fun, man. So thank you.
We have Dr. Coronado.
Mr. Hernandez says that he has pants for me, and I told him I have pants. It's just always comfortable to wear shorts for some reason. Sometimes you have to be comfortable to make people uncomfortable. First thing is, I'll start with Andrea. Andrea, what you do for our community and your intelligence and how hard you work and turning calls, taking calls, that's a leader. I want you to know how much I appreciate that. I'm not only going to tell you, I need to tell the public as well. Sal has been saying, Miguel, you need to build a better relationship with my council. Austin, I think we could make that happen again, because we really never really had a fallout. I'm not very happy that you led the way for our taxes to increase. Mr. Loa, like you personally, your politics I can't stand. I don't think I'll ever will. So I don't think we could ever make up and kiss. Yeah, feeling is mutual, I get you. And Laura Bettencourt, I think same thing here.
We're good.
I think we're good.
We're good.
But I do need to apologize. I was telling a gentleman back there that, always pride myself in saying that if I make a mistake, you need to own it. And if you say it in public, you need to show up in public and apologize. And I owe you an apology for calling you a sellout to RX Paris,
Thank you.
because you're not a sellout.
No, I'm not. Thank you for.
Other people
recognizing
sitting
that.
with you are, and the puppets at City Council in Lancaster are, but not you.
Thank you.
Captain Barton is here. I just had a communication with him about a major issue, gruesome murder that happened here. Captain Barton, you could see me. I see his bald head back there. That's him over there. The way that he handles things, especially handling and working with someone like me, is very difficult. But the way that he makes it happen, he's good at returning calls. He knows that I represent the people that can represent themselves, and he's always masterful. And I really appreciate that. Which brings me to Eric Olson, our mayor. Thank you for the certificates. I really appreciate it. RX Paris was being a little bitch about them. You were not. You could have, I remember when I met your little boy and your wife, it's like me taking it out on your little boy just because I might have a little confrontation with you. That is just not right. You don't take it on your kids. You don't take it on your wives. You leave the families alone. We don't attack Barron Trump because we hate Donald Trump, right? We just don't do that. And you did not take it out on my kids, who I mentor and support. One of my students that I pride myself in, just one story, is Brian Avery, who owns the brewery. He's one of my kids that I guided, supported, mentored, graduated, and transferred to universities. He ended up going to my alma mater. So I just want to make sure that to thank you because you could have been an asshole and you weren't. And Sal, the city manager, told me that I needed to go through you. You didn't have to return my call, and you did it. And by the way, Mr. Hernandez, I love you to death, but I don't want Nardi to be fired. I think Nardi is awesome. I think she has the potential to be a city manager. So Nardi, I got your back. Don't worry about it. Mr. Hernandez is my friend. I'll talk to him about it. So anyway, that's all I have for now, and I'll be back for 2 other items. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Thank you again, Mayor Olson.
No further speaker cards on this section.
I bet there's further speakers. Here comes one now.
Jason Zink. I want to talk about, I took a walk because I've been trying to lose some weight. And I did walk Sinclair walkway. And I observed the new tree trimming companies that you guys hired. The 3 out-of-town tree trimming companies where all the workers are from out of town. Good move. When people don't have jobs up here. But they were actually cutting green limbs off of trees, trimming them. And right next to them, there was a dead tree and a tree with dead limbs. Is there something wrong with this picture, especially with 4th of July coming up? And then I crossed the street. There's no sidewalks or anything to get to the sheriff's station, so you have to walk in the dirt to get to the sheriff's station, across the street. And everything's dead over there. So we get the sheriff department $35 million a year, and the captain allows the landscaping, hundreds of thousands of dollars of landscaping, to die. And you work there, Betancourt. That's disrespectful to the taxpayers' money. And I have to question the captain's ability. If he can let landscaping die, then can he really run a sheriff department? Our 250th anniversary is coming up. I love the banners all over town, but it's not America unless you have American flags waving. We need American flags and some every once in a while on some street poles and stuff. Waving flags is what gets people feeling good about America. You know? We really missed the boat with redoing the musical road and doing wall murals with aerospace pride and American pride and how Palmdale has contributed to American freedom and around the world. I have to agree with Eugene Hernandez regarding mayor elected at large. You promised you'd put it on the ballot in November, then you said that you didn't have time. Then here is June. It's not on the ballot. That's called two-faced politicians. Where's our $10 million from Lancaster? That $10 million is now worth about $8 million with inflation and construction costs. Get going, $2 million loss. We need free candidate statements on this election. Oh, and by the way, can you tell people that we have an election in Palmdale coming up? Or you want to keep it a secret? And also, no campaign contributions unless you're a resident of Palmdale. Nothing from unions, nothing from LLCs, corporations, businesses. Unless you're a resident, you can only give $100 to a candidate. That's it. Let's get fraud, corruption, everything out of our city. You guys panders. I see you guys. Love with the unions, love with the auto mall people, love with all these people. It has to end. Thank you.
Hi, Rich Gallego, the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. I assume you've all been handed a packet that I gave to the clerk. I knew it was in there somewhere. That has to do with, we want to pass an ordinance requiring the city council members to hold regularly scheduled town hall meetings. And we've talked about this, and at some point in meetings for the last year and a half, every single one of you has said, yeah, it's time to do that. So I'd like to see you, pardon me, I don't mean to be rude, but put your money where your mouths are. All right, Laura, I know you've done one over there, and you did one recently that some people said was a campaign thing, whatever, but you're still listening to the people that represent you, and I appreciate that. Andrea, I know you've done one as well. We need everybody doing these things, all right, because citizens need to know that they can come and talk to you, and they can have an exchange of ideas, they can get feedback on what they have to say to you. Again, you cannot represent people. You do this by our consent alone, and you can't do that if you don't know what the people are thinking. So there's two things that I really don't understand how they're it's defensible to say no to. One is this idea for regular town hall meetings, so I hope you'll put it on agenda and put it to a vote and codify this. The other is, we still do not have a code of conduct for city council members. Not one that has any teeth. I mean, no disrespect, but the one that you guys put in after we went around about this last time, it's a farce, all right? There's no way to defend not wanting a code of conduct that's strict for the council members when you have one for city employees and even for the people who come here to talk to you. I'm sorry, I don't see how that's defensible. So I'd like you to consider that too. Right now, I'd like you to get this on the agenda for the town hall meetings, and we'll work on another ordinance proposal later on if you don't want to do the code of conduct on your own. The last thing I want to mention right now is, it's already been spoken about, but I want to add on to it. This idea that we don't get to vote for our mayor, it is literally un-American. I've told you guys before, you know it's true. You get to govern us by our consent and only when you protect and defend our freedoms. Taking away our right to vote for the mayor was un-American. It wasn't defending our freedoms. It wasn't preserving our freedoms. It was the exact opposite of that. It was a shameful thing that happened in our city's history, and it needs to be fixed. Thank you.
They're doing non-agenda.
How you guys doing, Council, Mayor? My name is Rodney Woods. I'm the president for Palmdale Knights Youth Football Organization. We service kids from ages 5 to 13. We're a community-based football program who's been serving the Antelope Valley for the last 6 years, and we've had a lot of success over the last couple of years with all our teams winning the Super Bowls and having the opportunity to play in Florida. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it due to financial reasons, but it's just awesome to see our kids and keep them out the streets and keep them motivated. We're a program not only just for football. We're here to mentor kids and change lives and keep them off the streets. So we're just here to see if we can get some support from our city, because we're here putting in work, and I serve the community throughout the years through football, not only football, track also. So I just wanted to come up here and speak to you guys and let you guys know what we represent. I got some other questions.
How you doing? My name is Coach Romeo, and this program has changed my life. Not only mine, my son. It's helping him with his education. And all these kids too. We support them as education first, and then football second. So we just asking for support, and hopefully you can help these kids. Help us help these kids stay off the street as well. Thank you.
Can the kids introduce themselves? Do you want to say your first name? No? What position you play?
That's the mayor.
Nothing?
That's the mayor.
Anybody who wants to. I saw her raising her hand in the back. There's a couple of them raising their hands. Come on, just say your name. Oh, there there we go.
I'm Christine Woods. I play running back in DN.
All right.
I'm Royal Reitner. I play running back in DN. My name is Almighty P. I play corner and running back.
That's right.
My name is Mateo Cadenas, and I play DB tackle.
Anybody else?
My name is Roman Elise, and I play lineman.
All right. Come on, baby girl. I see you back there.
My name is McKinley Hansen, and
Good job.
yeah.
Oh, wait, we got one more walking in.
Oh, he turned around too?
Oh.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dolores Woods.
It's an honor to speak to you today as the former president of Little Rock Youth Football Association. Currently, I'm the treasurer of Palmdale Knights Youth Football and Cheer Association. For over 30 years, my family has been deeply involved in youth sports. And 5 years ago, I passed the leadership to my son, Rodney Woods. Who has continued our mission with passion and commitment. Throughout our history, we have built strong relationships with local sponsors, which have been crucial in supporting our community. Their generosity has allowed us to purchase equipment, secure facilities, pay for refs, and sponsor athletes, all essential elements for the success of our program. This year, we're reaching out again for support. Last season, we had over 200 players, cheerleaders, and we expect to maintain that number this year. Your contributions will help us provide the same opportunities and experience for our youth. We're proud to share that our organization has achieved remarkable success. We had 7 teams last 2 years, and both years we had Super Bowl champions in all divisions. And also our cheerleaders took first, second, and third place in their competitions. Two of our teams even made it to Florida to the Nationals. Okay, this year, the Nationals will be held in Virginia Beach. With your support, we aim to be well-equipped and successful once again. Thank you for considering a donation to the Palmdale Youth Football and Cheer. Together, we can continue to make a positive impact in our community and for the youth of our community.
He's a little nervous. Thank you so much for coming. I know that we met about a year ago or so. I'm not sure if the financial contribution was finalized, but I'm happy to support you guys. So if we can connect with somebody in staff and make it happen soon, I commit to $1,000, at least of my discretionary money. I would like to see the council incorporate funding for groups like yours. It's into our budget, which we're supposed to be adopting today. It's a travesty that you guys were able to make it to potentially compete in Florida, but you couldn't because of financial constraints. We should not allow that to happen. You guys should be able to go and support these kids and see them shine on a national level. So I'm happy to do my part, but I'd like to see the council incorporate some sort of funding mechanism for organizations like yours in our budget this evening.
Yeah, no, thank you all for being here. Coach Woods, thank you for doing this. I was happy to help you out last year. I'm proud of your success. And the reason that we did it is because it was not just the boys, it was boys and girls, the cheer team, the football team, the girls can play on the football team, but the education first is the most important part of that, and keeping the kids in a safe, controlled environment, out of trouble. What you guys are doing are great, and I guarantee there'll be more help this year. Thank you for coming. Anybody else wish to speak on non-agenda public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close that. I'm going to call an audible real quick because Mr. Elise is here with his kids, and I know what it's like to be a dad, so we're going to move the appointments up to now. So if we can take up 7.1. Which I think that all of the council members are just renominating their current commissioners. So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Welcome back onto the commission. And since we're doing that, let's get to 7.2, nominate and appoint one public member to the Palmdale EIFD Public Finance Authority.
I'd like to nominate Angelo Campano.
Oh,
Well, that's the right one, right? 7-2?
7.2.
I looked through some of the resumes, and quite frankly, they were all incredibly impressive. One, I was taken aback by. I don't know this gentleman and doesn't live in my district, but is it Mr. Jean Yang? Is Mr. Jean Yang here? The resume was outstanding. He's an NBA, a volunteer firefighter, worked for U.S. defense entities. I mean, he is profoundly educated as well as experienced. I think that he'd be incredible value added to the EIFD committee, which doesn't meet quite often, but it does some really important work. And so I'd love to see what he can do. So I'd like to nominate him.
Does anybody have any alternate nominations?
I'll nominate Ricky Jeffords.
Anyone else? I'm going to second Andrea's nomination because you're correct, that application was
Unbelievable.
on point. Like, the experience, I mean, I think we're going to be lucky to have him. Nobody that applied for the EIFD position is here? Would you like to come speak?
Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica Joseph. I'm the Director of Sales for the second largest hotel in Palmdale, the third largest hotel in the Antelope Valley, that is the Holiday Inn Palmdale. I'm a 32-year resident of Palmdale. My family relocated here after being displaced in the '94 earthquake, and over the years I've had the opportunity to watch this city flourish. I have seen many successes as well as many failures. As the sales director for my property, I've been able to build knowledge of financial budgets, needs, constraints, and simultaneously integrate growth and sustainability. I've been blessed with being able to unite with other community members, organizations, businesses. I'm passionate about the opportunity to contribute to the resilient infrastructure of our city. As someone who spends each working day trying to bring people to our city and offer hospitality, comfortability, and efficiency, I have been following the economic progress of Palmdale, and in order to sell business and tourism in my city, I think it's a great opportunity. I believe in the importance of functional working relationships, and would love the opportunity to join in reinforcing our strength and potential. For the last 11 years, I have had the privilege of interacting with building professional relationships, many travelers and companies that come to build, improve, just the construction and growth of our city. I've had countless conversations with visitors and their perspectives on what our city has to offer. And I believe that I have a unique insight to the potential of our infrastructure from both a resident and visitor point of view, as well as the values of financial transparency and public engagement. I am both grateful and deeply invested in our growth, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any of the other applicants here? So I want to apologize because I should have asked if the applicants were here before we did discussion. And then I'm going to apologize again because I should have let the public comment before we did discussion. So does anybody from the public wish to speak on that item?
We have Jason Zink.
I'd like to nominate myself, and here's why. I've been in real estate for over 30 years, born and raised here. If you lived in a house that was built in the 80s or early 90s in Palmdale, I probably drove a nail in it. I dug the backbone for Rancho Vista, the utility backbone, the sewer, water, and utilities to the houses. I mean, I've done a lot. I sold a lot of land to all the major developers who's processed track maps. And I've applied for this position before. But you guys appointed somebody who didn't really know that much at all. She couldn't pick, and I doubt if anybody, or even if you guys, could pick the difference between a sewer line, a water line, and a utility line. I've been asking for these meetings to take place more often because there's pockets all over Palmdale that have no sewer, that have no water. And if you don't know what's on the table, how can you address it? So we've wasted so much time. We don't have one of these districts over on Avenue S in the 14 freeway. We don't have one of these districts at 4 Points. We don't have one of these districts over there at Amargosa Wash. These are all areas in need of infrastructure. There's also the area between Highland Church and Marie Kerr Park. No sewer, no water. We're just wasting so many years. I have so much knowledge to give to this city. I don't know what's going on, but it sure is a waste. So I'm gonna nominate myself. But I would also ask, have any of these applicants ever attended a planning commission meeting? We've had, of all the planning commission meetings we've only had about 50%. And one of the meetings was for a cell phone tower. And we're supposed to be a progressive, booming city, and half our meetings have been canceled. Half our city council meetings, not quite half, have been canceled. There is really a lack of participation, excitement, involvement, thinking about things. This is a growing city. This is the only place LA has to live. There's opportunity for the middle class in LA County. I need you guys to really think about this. Do you want a bright future, or do you just want Palmdale to be in the mud?
Anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, we'll close public comment on that. Are
So
you gonna?
I'll just reiterate my, my nomination, and thank you for the second. I mean, this is the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, so it's unique in that it does require a knowledge of infrastructure, but it does also require some financing or economic knowledge or experience. I think Mr. Yang has both. I would venture to say, I haven't spoken to him, but I would venture to say as a volunteer firefighter, he knows a little bit about water lines and mains and things. So my nomination stands, and hopefully your second does as well.
I'm just going to throw out a motion for Jessica. I was really impressed with her coming and speaking and what she had to say. And although she doesn't have some of that background that some of the other applicant had, she said something that perked my interest as far as talking to people who are coming into town, understanding what they want to see, understanding what they see through a fresh lens, and knowing what we need to what we need to bring out here. Because although it's an infrastructure district, the purpose of this district is to leverage the future financing to bring things to the area that people want to see. That's ultimately what the district is supposed to do. Or there's a bunch of little districts. There's all sorts of districts that are collecting the taxes around the city that we're supposed to leverage at some point once there's enough money in the account to get the infrastructure in the ground, so that way it makes it easier for the future development of projects. So she understands what people want to see. I'd like to hear a little bit about that. So I'm going to throw that motion out since she impressed me, she persuaded me, she came and spoke today, and that meant a lot to me.
Is there a second to his motion? Okay, that motion dies for a lack of second. There was no second to Mr. Lowe's motion, so we'll take up the first motion.
There's no motion, there's no second to my motion either.
That's what I said,
Oh, I thought you said his.
and him as well.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So all in favor of Mr. Yang, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Mr. Yang, congratulations if you're watching.
And thank you to all of the applicants, and thank you for being here and for coming before us and presenting. Hopefully, there will be an opportunity for you in the very near future for you to participate. It sounds like you love our community, and you've got a wealth of knowledge and a passion to help and give back. So please keep an eye on our website to see if there are any applications or vacancies in the very near future. We'd love to bring you on board.
Yes, thank you for being here. Sorry. Okay, that was a sloppy audible to do appointments. So we got through it though, and it was for the kids.
For the kids.
Okay. All right, so now, at the request of Councilmember Betancourt, we're moving the closed session to this portion of the meeting. So we'll get on with that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we have item 5.1 and 5.2. For item 5.2, it is recommended Councilmember Alarcon recuse herself for a conflict, and we are ready when you are.
Do we need to call public comment for it?
Yes.
Yeah, anybody wish to speak on closed session that you
Bye, guys.
don't know what it's about? Okay. Comment
sure
is
you
closed
follow
on that? Okay, we're ready.
Make
I'll
sure
make
you
it as
guys
quick as
follow-
possible.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
Mr.
make,
Zink would like to
yeah.
speak on closed session.
Make sure you follow.
I think it's,
Well, somebody back there.
Okay, can you give us a second while we clear the room real quick? Sorry.
no problem.
Okay.
I just think it's absurd that you guys would have a closed session, throw us all out of the room.
You can stay.
Yeah, you can stay, but we don't know if you're gonna be in that room for 5 minutes or an hour or 2 hours. Why would you do that to us?
I just said there was a request to do so, and I honored that request.
Shouldn't honor it because it's disrespectful to the residents. You took the time to come here to a public meeting. That's so disrespectful. That's exactly why you shouldn't be mayor. And that's exactly why you would never be elected mayor at large. Of the 5 people up there, you're the most unqualified person to be running a city of 160,000 people, the 6th largest city in LA County, and you're the mayor? You're the representative? Eric, we deserve better. You should know we deserve better, and this is disrespectful.
Jason?
Don't, it's okay. It's okay. He made his point and.
Yeah, and the point's
looked
pretty
great.
good.
Okay, we'll adjourn to closed session. We'll be as quick as we can. Okay, we're back. City Attorney?
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. For item 5.1, we had no reportable action. For item 5.2, council voted to appoint Mayor Olson and Councilmember Loa as an ad hoc committee to investigate allegations.
Great, thank you. Okay. Section 6, consent calendar. Let's do, are there any items to pull off the consent calendar? City Manager, are there any items to pull?
City Council, no, there's no items to vote.
Okay, let's go public comment for section 6, consent calendar.
We have Community Development Center, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Council. Here tonight to talk about 6.5, the fireworks stands. On your consent calendar, I want to first thank you for holding the meeting last fall and hearing the community. And while I know the council, some members of the council, I know your stance, but I would really appreciate your support for the 33 organizations. The tax revenue given back to the city at $33,000, I believe, was in one of the reports. I could be off a few thousand. Yep, I got a smile. I just ask that you continue this program. I really believe that the proceeds benefit the football team that was here. I kind of wish they would have given a spot where the community could donate. So maybe if someone could reach out to them and maybe we can get that somewhere on the recap. CDC USA will donate $500 this year to that team to support that community. So I do think it's important, but that's what these proceeds go for, is really keeping our youth engaged and involved in our communities. And also our veteran programs are heavily relied on that too. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have Eugene Hernandez.
I was just going to comment, I'm glad that you have Shimbola Center, that you're going to reopen that. It's been too long, it's been closed, and it's a treasure for Palmdale. And I hope that you devote money to something worthwhile, like the Shimbola Center, instead of AV Ware, which AV Edge, which does nothing for the community. Thank you.
Next.
No further speaker cards on this section.
Mr. Zink first, and then Mr. Maldonado.
Are we talking about 6.5?
Anything on the consent calendar?
Jason Zink. Regarding 6.5, the 33 nonprofit organizations that have fireworks stands, I propose that the city, if they do everything in good standing, that the city gives them back their $1,000 that they put up. We don't need their money. Do we need $30,000? No. Give them back. If they do everything right, use it as a deposit and give them the money back so they can do good in the community. I always said the Palmdale City Foundation should have a website and GoFundMe page. That way the community members could know about these groups, give money to them, give money to the art projects around the city. I've asked for that for so many years, to do a GoFundMe page and have a website of projects that we could contribute to. An LA 28 athlete who wants to go to the Olympics that needs support from Palmdale to bring home the city gold, that'd be great. The city has to start doing something about these costs to oversee these projects and the timelines to complete these projects. I mean, it's ridiculous. The roundabout on Palmdale Boulevard and 47th, Palmdale Boulevard and the freeway, every project, it takes forever to get done. There's no reason for it. There's something wrong. You need an ad hoc committee on that. On 6.12, the Palmdale Boulevard and Sarah Highway Railroad train project crossing, is that going to be a no-horn crossing?
We're working on that, Jason.
Yeah, but is all the improvements? I know, but we keep having money for Avenue P, Avenue R, now this here, Palmdale Boulevard. Are these things being put in place, all the wires and stuff, for the no-horn zone? Don't we want a higher quality of living and never hear that train ever again, that horn? Why does it take so long? Lack of leadership. The Jaboli Center, taking 2 more years, the community has to wait before we can have meetings there in construction, and you know that's just, it's gonna go over. So I want you guys to rent a place so we can have temporary rooms for the community groups to gather in. Because we've waited way too long because of the lack of leadership from this city council. I just think we need to do better. I mean, all it is common sense. There's really a lack of common sense of getting projects done. Just like LA, there's no difference. Palmdale is in a mess.
Maldonado.
Mayor and the rest of the council, I have to agree with Jason a little bit on the fireworks on the 6.5. Maybe what can we do with the money that they're paying for the fees to come out and do things for the community? And when I'm talking about community, I'm talking about kids. So when you've got a 501c3 nonprofit that's going to go out there and take money out of their pocket to make money to create scholarships for the kids. And, you know, we should be bringing our kids up for the next generation, our leaders and whatnot. But you got these kids out there that are receiving scholarships from other organizations because they got 4.0 grade averages. But you get these other kids that aren't doing quite so well, but they're really trying. So when you get nonprofits out here that come up with, well, let's go ahead and create some scholarships for these other kids to give them that boost to keep going and want to continue to try to get better and learn better and be somebody, you know what I mean? So, you know, back when they were talking about not having the fireworks out here in Palmdale, I think we need to make sure that this is something that some of these nonprofits can come out and do so they can create some scholarships for these kids, because there's not enough of it being done right now. So I'm asking for that. And as far as and something else I want to throw out. You know, we're spending a lot of money throwing out to Lancaster, to the fairgrounds on that $10 million that you guys sent over there. No interest coming back to the city of Palmdale. You know, that was an investment. There should always be a return on that investment, okay? And I think we should be taking some of that money and we should be investing it more into our kids with scholarships and whatnot. So I don't know what the resolve is on that as far as putting a committee together or putting something together to where we can get better to make sure these funds go towards our kids, whether it's the schools or whether, you know, especially with scholarships. But that's something we really need to look at as well. So thank you.
Any other speakers on consent calendar? Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment on consent calendar. Would any of the council members like to pull any of the items for discussion?
I would. I'd like to pull 6.2, 6.5, and 6.13 through 6.17, please.
Okay, 6.2, 6.5,
And 6.13 through 6.17.
okay? Okay. Anybody else wish to pull items before we take that vote? Okay. We've got a motion from Mr. Lowe and a second from Councilmember Bettencourt. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Can we get a staff report on 6.2?
Hi, Ms. Sampson. As you walk up, you don't need to give a full report. I think in our briefing, we discussed my question. I think your report is very thorough, but there is one reference to the sort of fluctuation in the financial markets and our investment of city funds in certain funds that we've seen a decline in. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on how we are protecting and insulating our cities of funds and our investments.
Of course, good evening, Janelle Sampson, Deputy City Manager. This item is our monthly investment report, particularly for the month of April. And to your point, yes, we have been noticing a decline in the yields for our liquid accounts, which are our LAIF and our CAMP. Those are the accounts that we often transfer money from and to for operational needs. So we do have, the city has an investment policy that is adopted by the council each year. We have a team in our finance division who monitors our cash on actually a daily basis and determines operating needs. We will move cash to those liquid accounts as needed to ensure we're able to fund operational needs. And any additional cash we will work with. We have consultants at several banking institutions that we work with, and we review those investments. We ensure that we invest in accordance with our investment policy. Obviously, safety first. We do have a fiduciary responsibility, so we look at a diversified portfolio. We look at a variety of different types of investments, different maturity lengths. We, as a local government agency, we cannot invest for a period of longer than 5 years. So we definitely look at that ladder to ensure that we have money coming in and out as needed, but we focus on high quality investments and we look at the competitive returns. So right now what we're experiencing is maturities from investments from the COVID period where we had very low returns, and now we're actually able to reinvest those funds. They've matured and we're reinvesting them for higher rates. So we are monitoring those liquid accounts and the rates that we're receiving on those versus the actual longer term investments.
Thank you so much. There's always an ebb and flow. I just wanted to grant assurance to the public that we are mindful of the international climate, its impact on our financial markets. They are volatile and fluctuating, but we, as a city, have a solid grasp of it and are managing the money in a sort of fiscally conservative, but also in a way that will continue to yield us some dividends. So thank you so much for that. Of course. That's it. If
Any
there's
other discussion?
no further discussion, happy to move it.
Anything on this item? No. No, all right. We got a motion, is there a second? Okay, motion second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. 6.5, do we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. The item before you is for the approval of 33 nonprofit organizations, including their proposed locations for fireworks stands and recommended permit issuance. Safe and Sane fireworks sales will occur from 12 p.m. on June 28th through 12 p.m. on July 5th, and all proposed fireworks stands must be operated by nonprofit organizations for fundraising purposes. To be eligible, each organization must meet the following criteria: be a nonprofit organization primarily for youth, veterans, patriotic, welfare, and civic betterment or charitable purposes. have its principal meeting place in the city, or draw more than 50% of its active members within the incorporated city, have been organized and established in the area that is within the city for at least 12 months, and have at least 20 members. In addition, fireworks stands are allowed in any zone provided that the site is not residentially developed, 200 feet from any residential use, and not located within a very high fire hazard severity zone. Lastly, one fireworks stand is permitted for every 3,000 residents, and the city's current population is approximately 167,000. Therefore, 55 stands are allowed, however, only 33 are proposed. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is not actually for you. Thank you for your presentation. My question is to our city manager. About a year ago or so, the time that we were considering this last year, we had, as a council, a very lively public conversation about whether or not the city was going to move forward with banning fireworks or to continue with this program and with the Safe and Sane ordinance as it exists. Then we discussed that there was not enough time at that juncture to ban the fireworks, and the community organizations were reliant on their funds. So we, I believe, if I please correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, I believe we sort of jointly agreed that we would maintain the Safe and Sane for last year, but that for the upcoming year we would look to explore and talk about whether or not we develop some sort of grant program to support the community organizations to wean them off of the firework stands, so that we could, as a city, ban fireworks for public safety purposes. My question to the city manager is, why was that policy discussion and that ordinance not brought back before the recommendation that we approve the fireworks stands?
Members of City Council, at that time, we had conducted a survey which we felt was statistically significant. We had overwhelming replies, and we felt that the community wanted to keep the fireworks here in Palmdale. Additionally, we understood this was the 250th anniversary of our country, and operationally, we did bring some items, but it didn't seem to be the appetite at the time, so I made the decision not to bring it. Should you like to make changes, now is that time.
So when you say we, who's we? Was it you?
That's correct. Me with the guidance of our staff.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that you do not speak for this council or for the entire city as it relates to whether or not we intend to move forward with or adopt an ordinance for the benefit of our entire city. When you say that the survey was statistically significant, how many respondents did we have?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we can get those to you.
It wasn't huge. Every time we do a public survey, I would love for there to be more engagement, but we heard loud and clear that people still supported the sale of Safe and Sane fireworks, and especially the organizations that rely on them. I think the point that Councilmember Alarcon was trying to make, there's actually two factors of it. Do we keep Safe and Sane fireworks? The public definitely came out in strong numbers and said yes. Community grant funding, two different subjects. The whole reason it came up, I believe, last year is the CAL FIRE maps changed to high fire severity zone. My concern was, even though I'm an avid supporter of the Safe and Sane fireworks, my main concern in bringing it up last time was it's going to get a little tricky that now you've got pockets of neighborhoods where you can have fireworks on this side of the street, but if you go to the other side of the street or the other side of the neighborhood, not so much. So it's going to be difficult as the maps keep evolving and they keep cutting out areas where we're allowed to have it. Parts of my district, in my neighborhood personally, is an absolute no fireworks zone whatsoever. No Safe and Sanes, no anything, no, not even a sparkler. So that's kind of the discussion. However, I was gonna bring up the fact, and I'm glad that you pulled it, I was gonna bring up the fact, are we prepared for that? Are we prepared to make sure that the residents know we have the proper outreach and the maps are gonna be made clear to everyone? It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult. There's no way around it. If people are gonna have a hard time understanding, oh, I can do fireworks over here, but I can't do fireworks over there, but there's okay, but that's not okay. the state sets these maps, and they're set based on insurance and where they believe the higher fire risk is. So kind of in a weird spot right here, but the time's gonna come eventually down the line, maybe not for this council to decide, but future councils where CAL FIRE comes out and says, you know what, all of Palmdale's in a high fire severity zone, so you guys can't have fireworks anywhere. So then our ordinance and what we do here wouldn't even hold any weight. But until then, that's where we're at.
Yeah, so my concern is not with supporting the organizations themselves. Everybody, I think, knows where my heart is, and it's in the community, and I'm absolutely an advocate for supporting 501c3s across the board. My concern is with the process, and my concern is with the usurping of this council's authority. We gave very clear directive that we were going to conduct that survey, and then after that survey, the results of that survey were going to be presented to this body, and we would consider a resolution, an ordinance, or any changes thereof, but we would have a policy discussion that incorporated the feedback that we got from the survey so that we can give direction to move forward with the nonprofit program if we kept the Safe and Sane program. But now I feel like it's backwards.
There was.
We've given hope to these nonprofit organizations
We were comprised.
without having a policy discussion.
We were comprised that the public wanted it, and the last time we had a discussion about possibly not having it, the majority of the groups came and spoke against it, and the council felt at the time that that was not good. How many groups showed up?
That's
We
not the
had
policy
discussion.
directive, and that's not the action that we took last year.
It is, though.
I agree with a lot of the public comment that the fee kind of defeats the purpose of the nonprofit raising the money. And it says in the agenda packet that that is to cover cost of enforcement, but I think we should rely more on the enforcement pays for itself by fining people that do illegal fireworks. So I would like to see a refund of those fees if possible, maybe consider it in the budget. It's only $33,000, but I agree that that does defeat the purpose. And as far as Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Bishop's point about the complications of the different fire zones, can we get informational packets prepared for all the vendors to hand out to the people that buy the fireworks so that they know then and there where they can't?
Sure, so they do receive a packet, and they are inspected by fire and our building and safety and our enforcement team before they are issued to sell.
Perfect.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion that we approve this. And then can I throw something in? Maybe we can offer a small discount or refund on fees or something subtle. I wouldn't wanna take any money away from the enforcement, because when the week of 4th of July comes, the phones ring off the hook, code works around the clock. It costs more. It is very chaotic. So I wouldn't want to jeopardize the extra funding we need to try to keep it safe, but I would like to maybe show the nonprofits a little bit of love.
Yeah.
Especially because the taxes are so high right now with everything else. So anybody entertain that?
Yeah, so if we're going to move forward, I'm happy to do that and happy to support the community organizations. I just want to make sure, also one last point. The 33 that are listed here, the criteria is that they are Palmdale organizations, but there are Lancaster organizations here. I asked for the addresses of all the organizations, and I was given a list with Palmdale addresses, but I did my own just Google search of each of these organizations, and some of them are Lancaster-based. So, I would be supportive of moving this forward and giving the money back, the fees back to the nonprofit organizations. But I think we need to cross-reference and double-check that we're not affording this opportunity to Lancaster-based organizations. I mean, the Lancaster Eagles Wrestling Boosters Club. I mean, this is for Lancaster High School. It doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not more concerned about where the nonprofit is based. I'm more concerned about where they operate. And I think a lot of them probably do operate AV-wide, but it is a good point. If there's anything that's specifically Lancaster, then
I mean, if they're taking
go
up
sell fireworks in
revenue from
Lancaster, but you
Palmdale.
can't.
Right. They're taking revenue from the Palmdale nonprofits.
Yeah. I agree. And if we do this in the future, that should be a consideration. But since we allow over 50 vendors and only 33 applied, go get them.
I'm okay with supporting the people who want to do this. It's not fun. It might be a little bit of fun. I've visited quite a few booths, but it's very hot. It's a lot of work. the shipping containers don't have air conditioning. These volunteers go in there and they volunteer their time and energy to sell fireworks, and it is one of the biggest fundraisers of the year. I've been told that from multiple organizations. So if the group's in the Antelope Valley and it helps kids and students and charities and churches, and it helps raise funds for people and groups that are in need, I support it. I'm not going to draw an imaginary boundary between the two cities. If it's helping people and it's raising money and it's keeping people safe, I think it's a win-win.
Yeah. And every year this has come up, I've always been against the fireworks, but here we are again, likely to go for it again. But it is America's 250th birthday. So to take that away this year seems a little awkward. So once again, I'm likely to go with this, but I do hate it. Okay, we gotta.
I'll support it. I'm just in terms of process, we need to clean it up, is my point.
Yeah. Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope, passes unanimously.
And
Thank you.
that is with the giving back of the community fee?
Yes.
Okay, was that clear?
That was clear, right? To look
The
to
record, that
refund their
motion
fee.
included
That-
giving the fee back to,
It's on the record.
Great, okay.
It's in my motion.
6.13, Mr. Torres, how are you?
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. This item before you is the approved agreement with Wildan Engineering for construction management and observation services for 45th Street East Sewer, Storm Drain, and Street Improvement Project for a total not to exceed amount of $877,190. This project includes an new 18-inch sewer from Avenue R8 to Avenue R, a new storm drain from 78-inch storm drain, and roadway improvements between Avenue S and Avenue R. We received 8 proposals back in January 15th. Wildan ranked the highest on qualification interviews, and they have done similar projects from various cities, ranging from Santa Monica, Lakewood, La Habra, Palm Springs, Inglewood. This project will be, or this professional services will be funded through sewer funds, drainage funds, and local Measure M funds. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
yeah, I have a variety of questions, but all of them are rooted in the letter that I submitted for the record last council meeting on May 11th, I believe it was, pertaining to concerns about the contracting process with regard to Wilden and the sort of the continuity and the pattern and practice of awarding contracts to Wilden under the city manager. So do you have any initial responses before I jump in?
We are gathering them. We have one agreement that's not fully put together. The staff that was overseeing was prior to my arrival. He's out this week, so once we gather that, I believe all the agreements that you requested will be uploaded in our public records request system.
Okay, so I have all of the agreements. I was able to get them. And I shouldn't have had to file a public records request in order to get them. I'm a sitting and elected council member, and if I'm required to vote on the budget, and if I'm required to vote on appropriating and approving a contract, I should be afforded the opportunity to have a copy of contracts with the prior contracts that we've entered into with that contractor. But my letter, so that the public is clear in the case that they haven't read it, raises concerns about Wilden because there have been some sole sourcing, essentially, some inconsistencies with the contracting and procurement process that are concerning. At our November 4th council meeting, if those of you who were here, you may remember one contract that I pulled and and I flagged for the council. The recommendation was to award a contract to Wilden for $150,000, but their bid for a total fixed fee amount was for $39,000. That was concerning. Why would we build in a $110,000 buffer? And so I raised that concern then. We directed as the council, they agreed that we reduce that contract because there was no substantive reason to have a $110,000 buffer when there's a fixed fee proposal. But since then, I've done some more research. There's We also there were 3 contracts awarded under the city attorney's direct authority without council review. There were a couple other contracts that were awarded that are concerning. So I'm just going to go through the timeline, and look, I can give you guys this so you guys can have it. I did a ton of research. You guys can pass this on.
Mayor and City Council, I just wanted to let everyone know that Wilden is here if there are any questions of them.
Nope, no questions of Wilden. So Sal Mendez was hired in early 2024. Shortly after being hired, we were presented with a city's best interest letter. And in July of 2024, in that letter, it said that we are seeking a city's best interest exception to the competitive procurement process to engage Wilden Engineering. And then it based it on Wilden Engineering is already serving as a consultant for various city matters, possesses extensive background with our standards and our community's unique characteristics. At that time, based on all the information that I've compiled, at that time, I'm not aware that we had existing contracts with Wilden. So I'm not, and I have the letter here. It's in, by the way, is all the Wilden procurement documents and contracts that I had to review in order to dig through and find all this information. So moving right, so my concern is that the city's best interest letter presented misinformation to this council, and we awarded a contract based on that letter. We sole sourced and bypassed the contracting process based on that letter, and it was signed by Sal Mendez. By mid that year, we then awarded another agreement in July for $99,000 to Wilden, another agreement in August, a 3-year contract for $750,000. In December, another agreement for $500,000, $500,000. When he was appointed to interim city manager, September 2nd, 2025, that exact same day, Sal Mendez signed, the first contract he entered into was with Wilden. Shocker, for $51,000. And then there was another contract entered into on September 23rd for another $70,000. And less than 2 months later, then we had that November 4th meeting where I caught the $150,000 recommendation. We had to bring it down. A few months later, then we get this agreement for another almost $900,000. We had to continue it back then because I raised concerns. Nobody addressed my concerns when I raised them at the initial meeting when it was calendared on the initial agenda. Nobody addressed those issues, which is why I then had to put it in writing and submit it for the public record on May 11th. And then I had to file a public records request in order to get this information. Shouldn't be this difficult, but what does that tell me? And I hope the listening public, there's something there, and they don't want me to see it, and I think I'm finding it. And it's incredibly concerning that I'm being silenced, and I'm not being provided and afforded information about our contracting process. On another related item on our agenda, we have a protest by a contractor that alleges collusion and conflict of interest, exactly similar to the concerns with Wilden. So I will absolutely not support the award of this contract. I'm disappointed in the lack of communication with me. If there has been an investigation of all of these matters, great, but nobody's clued me into them. I had to do all the digging myself, which is really, should be, it's just unnecessary that I have to do this, but I have to do it because it's my job. And it's my role on this council is to protect the public fisc, and this pattern and practice of contracting with Wilden, it just doesn't seem right. And so I'm going to vote no on this. I'm going to vote no on all of the other contracts because there are similar issues with all of them. I'm not going to, bore the listening public with all of the contracts, but 6.13, 6.14, 6.15, 6.16, and 6.17. 6.17 is the one where the protest was made. Protest not included in our agenda. It's noted in one sentence that there was a protest, and internally the decision was made that the protest was invalid. We were not afforded the opportunity to review that protest, the substance of it, and I am sort of taken aback by the brazenness and the disregard with which my requests for information and concerns have been taken. So I've said my piece. Council, you know, obviously.
Would you like to address any of those concerns? And I would like to invite Will Dan to come speak as well if they would like.
Mr. City Council, I'd like to address those concerns.
Okay.
Just so you know, for the record, in the last 3 years, like a council member has stated, I've approved over 740 contracts, I believe. Of that, I believe 6 of them may have been from Weldan. They account for 0.06 of our expenditures throughout the city. We've gone through the proper procurement procedures for every one of those contracts. They've all gone through that process. Anyone can do a public records request for those contracts. I'm confident in staff. I'm confident in our decisions. We are subject staff. I could rely on staff as subject matter experts. Yes, came through the field in public works myself, so we did do some contracts originally, and we had some items that we moved on originally, but everything went through the proper procurement process, and we're confident about that. And Janelle, if she can speak on that, I believe we've had several audits throughout the years, and we've passed all our audits.
Mr. Torres? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Alarcon, in all of your investigation, your digging and so on, did you find any evidence whatsoever that there's some kind of nefarious activity going on here with the awarding of these contracts that you talked about?
So I've received whistleblower complaints. I've received packages of information from internal to our city, alerting me of a lot of things that are going on internal to some of our departments. I've also, I received a lot of information, some of which I really don't know that it's necessary to disclose publicly at this juncture. I think this is sufficient. This is all public record, and it can be substantiated. The other stuff, I think, bears further investigation. I can go on and out all kinds of allegations, but I don't know that that's fruitful or beneficial to this conversation specific to the contracting that's presented to us today. I've done a ton of research, and this is just Wilden. All of these binders are contracts that we're reviewing today. And I got this information on Friday and had to spend all weekend long going through them, and which is ridiculous. We should not be provided these documents and like all of this stuff just shoved through.
Just one more thing, Ms. Alarcon. I'm just wondering if you shared this whistleblower information and this other kind of information with the city attorney's office?
I've shared the whistleblower information with our mayor and requested that the items be added to our agenda and have been denied.
Yes, because I followed up on the allegations that you mentioned, and they were all incorrect. I talked to your whistleblower, and they told me that that is not what they told you.
How do you know who the whistleblower is? I didn't identify them.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said his name when you were talking
That
to
was
me.
not the whistleblower. That was another person that I spoke
Sure.
with, but that was not the whistleblower.
Okay. I have a question for
And
the
by the
city.
way, wait a minute. Let me be clear. Just because you think you investigate on your own, I'm not sure that the council is the body that makes the determination. You don't get to make the determination for this entire city.
No,
You
but-
did your own investigation and determined in your own.
Yes,
Did you
and
read
then
all these documents?
then I said, if you have any evidence of improper behavior, that it needs to be sent to HR where it could probably be vetted.
I
And
shared it
once
with
is-
you, and I told you that we need to add it to the agenda
And I
so that I
talked
could
it-
share it
and
with
I-
the council members, and so, because it would be a Brown Act violation for me to share it with anybody else, because I shared it with you first.
But quite
And you
frankly-
still denied me the
because
opportunity
quite
to speak to
frankly-
the other council members.
Because quite frankly, what you shared with me was incorrect.
How do you
You
know that?
keep
You
saying-
you didn't speak to my
Point-
whistleblower,
point- You
because
keep
it
saying-
wasn't a man,
you were
by the
just-
way. You said he,
Can
it
I
wasn't
speak
a
now?
man. It was a woman.
Okay. He asked you a question if you have evidence of improper behavior. You don't. You keep saying it seems.
The
These are the binders that I looked
personnel
through.
matters are not
It looks
disclosed thus
retaliatory
far.
based on some other things that are happening.
looks retaliatory.
If you have anything
Okay.
of concern, take it to HR where it could be vetted, please.
Mayor,
I'm
Mayor,
not-
may I have the floor?
Yes.
This
Okay.
is,
Point of
this is not a
information.
matter of personnel.
Point of
This is a
information.
contract, this is bypassing, presenting,
May I,
okay.
may I speak, council
Yeah,
member?
hold on, wait, no, because I want, this is proof, right? Here's the city's
The
best
mayor has
interest
given
letter.
me the floor. I've called point of information, and the
Okay,
mayor
go
has
ahead,
given me
go
the
ahead,
floor, and I
go
am going to
ahead.
take the privilege.
Go ahead.
City attorney, this isn't the first time with Will Down that's come up as a problem. And, you know, this is a project that's not even in my district. So theoretically, I have no skin in the game. Which district is this
It
in?
doesn't even matter what district it's in.
I mean, the entire city is our jurisdiction,
Right.
not just our district.
Well, I'm trying to make a point here.
It's nothing
Let's
to
try
do
to
with the
take this
district.
neutral. I'm going to be very neutral about this. We want to get work done in the city. We want to get these projects to move forward. The point was, it's not in my district. I was asking the city attorney, because this isn't the first time we've had a discussion and one of the council members has brought issues up with Wildan. Have you followed up and have you looked at any of this? Have you looked at the procurement process? And I guess the same question for Public Works as well. Have we looked into this? Can you address some of these things? And the last time, and before you answer, last time this came up, I did a little research into Wildan, and they're not a small outfit. They've been around since the 1960s. They're a publicly traded company. They're very, very well respected in the municipal industry. They make 600, I think they gross 600-something million in the last year. So this is a very large, professional, large-scale company that is not new to the game. So I have a hard time believing that this company would do anything, would do any type of shenanigans. Not impossible, but I just find it highly unlikely a company of this caliber that's publicly traded, that has municipal contracts all over the state of Southern California and all over the country for that fact. But can you address some of that things and put the council and the public at ease? And
Yeah, so I will say that I did review the records responsive to the Public Records Act request before they went out, and I personally did not see anything improper. Now, have I launched a full-fledged investigation into this matter? No. But what I would recommend at this point, given the multiple concerns and repeated questions, which, legitimate questions that can be asked, I would recommend whoever has questions, meet with Wilden and possibly staff and address these concerns.
The concern is not with Wilden.
I think Wilden kind of at this point has a right to address what has been said here.
So the concern is not with Wilden. Let's be clear. I said that last time. I said the concern is not with Wilden. They are a reputable company, wonderful. I'm sure they could do great work. My concern is with the propriety of the contracting process. So can somebody answer me this? This is the city's best interest letter. This is proof. This is the city's best interest letter dated July 15th, signed by Sal Mendez. It says, Wilden Engineering already serving as a consultant for various city matters. Can somebody please identify to me which various city matters was Wilden then serving on July 2024? Because the spreadsheet of contracts that I have doesn't have all of these extensive various city matters that Wilden contracted for. We have contracts from 2010, long time ago, but not that they were currently serving as a consultant for. And if that's the basis for creating an exception to the competitive procurement process to engage Wilden, that's a problem. So if we're looking for proof, that's proof.
Okay, can we have Wildan answer that question?
It's not Wilden, it's the city who would say
but
if we had the contracts.
I understand, but I've asked this question before, if you did work with the city before the arrival of Sal Mendez, and the answer was yes.
Yeah, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Jeff Stewart. I'm a business development principal for Wildan. Been with the company for 2.5 years now. I was a longtime city manager before that. The one contract I'm aware of that we have with the city that's been in place since the summer of '24 is the one that I'm working on personally. That was awarded through a competitive bidding process, a long response to an RFP. And I just want to know that's the one I'm sure of. There's others in other divisions that I probably am not aware of. What I also want to say tonight was, we went back and did some digging into this. Since 1993, which is 33 years now, We've done 324 different contracts with the city through the different divisions of the company. So it's a longstanding client. We think highly of the client. We want to continue. And at least to the best of our knowledge, I was talking with my colleague in there, Tyrone Peter. This stuff has all gone through a rigid RFP process. We've responded in kind. I know I spent hours on the response to the RFP in '24, so I know this goes through generally. So that's my only response to that. Now, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have coming up tonight or.
Thank you, and look, this is not an indictment on you personally, but there may have been some of these several contracts that were after the city's best interest letter, that were awarded via a procurement process. But why would we need a city's best interest letter for an exemption to the procurement process if it was competitive? That letter justified awarding a sole source contract to Wilden. Yes, this one went through a procurement process. Was it tainted? I don't know. I just know that that the history and the pattern and practice of awarding contracts that deviate from the traditional procurement contracting process is troubling, to say the least.
That's a
Yeah,
question
it's not to
best
you.
left for
That's why I said
staff.
it's not for you. It's a city question, but, I'm gonna vote no on this one and all the other ones.
Can you answer that one question and we'll move on?
That particular one I can't answer because I wasn't here at the time, but all the other procurement process we follow. You had a contract there that you mentioned, about 500,000 that was awarded. That wasn't awarded to them, it was an on-call, meaning that we have the ability as city staff, not just Public Works, that can reach out to the on-call, not just Wildan, there's other members of the on-call list that we can do task orders for. So that one, the other ones were done through a procurement process and we follow the procedures.
In July 2024, we awarded a contract to bring in an interim public works director from Wilden, and immediately thereafter, all of these contracts start getting awarded. That sounds to me like a little bit like insider trading. I have concerns about it. I've done enough research on my own. I think it merits and warrants a full and a more thorough investigation by other eyes than mine. It's been difficult. It's like extracting teeth, getting information, but it's worth the investigation on my end because it's my job. It's my fiscal responsibility as a council member and as a representative of this city to make sure that our contracting process is sound. When we have a $150,000 recommendation for a total fixed fee proposal of $39,000, that's a problem. When we have protests alleging collusion and conflict and all kinds of other, essentially the same things, it's a problem and we need to pay attention to it and we need to be responsive to it. We can't just turn a blind eye because we want to get through the meeting or we all have things to do this afternoon. We've got to do something. And I'm doing my part, and if you guys want to move the contracts forward, that's on you, but I'm doing my part to be transparent about what my concerns are.
Okay.
The problem that I see here is that, we have to act on facts. And so far, I've heard allegations and, whistleblowers and that kind of activity, and apparently it was, this information was shared with you. And I don't see any facts here that would lead us to decline this contract. I've had my own issues, with Mr. Mendez on trying to work that out. But unless there's something that's factual that we can rely on to say we can't go forward with this contract, then I think we need to approve it, and that's what we need to do, and we should just move the item.
Okay, so Mr. Bishop, do you have anything
So
left?
my final question is, was the best interest letter used on this particular contract, 6.13?
No, sir.
Was, for city manager, as we go forward, any of these 6.4, 6.14, 6.15, 6.16, 6.17, was the best interest letter used on any of those contracts?
No.
They all went through the standard
went through,
formal procedure that we're obligated to by all rules and regulations set in place.
Except for the amendments, sir.
I had one more question. Let me have the floor, please. So none of that, so none of the best interest letters or any of those other types of letters were used on any of the contracts we're awarding today? Yes or no?
No.
No. And my other question is, why would somebody or why would the city use a best interest letter? What would be the purpose of that? I just want to understand.
The purpose of the best interest letter is at a savings to the city or should that service not be available. Also could be a timing issue. There are several reasons. I think the deputy city manager can speak on that a little further as she knows the full realm of the aspects. But best interest letters are not uncommon in this process, which is why we provide documentation for the auditing process.
Are you throwing
I have-
you're throwing the deputy city manager in?
No, I'm saying it's not uncommon. I'm saying
okay.
she can speak to the breadth of all the
Oh,
reasons
okay.
why best interest letters are
And
used.
that best interest letter was signed by the previous city manager.
No, it was signed by him.
At some point, we have to trust the staff, and I hate to hold up all of the
I have
work.
one
and I
more
don't-
question, one more
Mayor,
question.
members
Can I
of
ask a
city council-
question?
Okay.
One last question.
Is a former city manager for the city of Lancaster a subcontractor on, for Wilden?
I don't know.
I thought it's not about Wildan, I thought it's about the process.
It's a sub-consultant to, why are we I'm trying to get to why are we awarding so many contracts to Wilden?
I'm curious too, but apparently they're an incredible company, and
one-
they've been with us since what, 93? Sir, what was that, 1993?
Yeah, 322 contracts, currently 6. Previously, before the arrival.
No, this is this is what was Ms. Sampson gave me, the contracts with Wilden and the city of Palmdale. This is not 300 and whatever. This is, and this is the existing.
The biggest issue you brought up tonight
No,
was
you can
the
look at
best
it.
interest letter, but if none of that applies to any of these contracts tonight, and everything was done through a formal
those are old.
process,
Look at the dates.
then
I see. But, I mean, there is an established history there.
No, there isn't. Anyway, nobody
Just
can
showed it
answer
to
me.
me.
Here's the question. The answer to the question is yes. A former city manager for the city of Lancaster is in fact a subconsultant for Wilden. That too raises concerns for me. I don't want to have to create some big, huge investigation around this thing and make allegations that I can't substantiate. What I can substantiate is what I've shared, what I know, that is true.
Okay, real
And that
quick,
is
yes or
concerning.
no, is a former city manager from the city of Lancaster subcontracting on this item?
Mayor, I worked on that directly, Mayor, members of City Council. We did have an item where, yes, in short answer, the answer is yes. Where we needed, there was not him particularly, a company that he worked on, where we needed a subcontractor that knew the local area. And Wildan, I believe, did subcontract with that agency because of the local impact that was needed through that company. That company, I believe, had him on their, he was an employee of that company. So yes, the answer
For
is
this
yes.
project on,
No, nothing to do with the project. This had to do with a previous report that you've gotten several, probably.
yeah,
about a
I
year,
remember
yes.
that. I remember that report,
That was
yes.
sole sourced.
Okay, thank you. Here's where I'm at. Motion to approve 6.13.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Item 6.14, do you want a staff report, or did you already state your reasons? Okay. 6.14, motion to approve.
motion.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes.
Yes, I'm opposed, sorry.
Okay,
I
4-1.
said for the record, I'm opposed.
6.15, I'm making a motion to approve. Does anyone second?
Second, I wouldn't want to hold up Chimbole any longer now, would I?
Okay, all in
Would we?
favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
4-1, that passes. We already did 6.16, that's not one that was pulled, correct? 6.17, approve agreement with.
And
okay.
6.17 is where, I just want it for the record to be clear, 6.17 is where there was a formal protest in writing submitted, and we have not been privy to that. I did get a copy of it. Again, not through traditional means because nobody will give it to me. But I was able to obtain it. I haven't been able to dig into that one like I did the other ones, but this there is a protest on record and alleging the same concerns. So again, I'm going to vote no.
So, Mayor and City Council, I assisted staff in this process This contract actually was on the last agenda. We received the bid protest and the item was pulled so that we could evaluate this bid protest. The protest alleged some sort of, it was mostly a conspiracy theory that a subcontractor that was not who this is awarded to, so this contractor is Vance Corporation. They had listed a couple of the subcontractors. And the allegation was that this subcontractor had prepared I guess, something else for the city, but had nothing to do with this project.
Correct, they were the design firm for the project itself. So that information was available to all the contractors, so it wasn't unfairly given only to Vance Construction. It was available to everybody.
And in the course of this, the alleged nefarious contractor removed themselves as the subcontractor. So they are no longer an issue in this whole scheme of things. So based on those facts, the bid protest was denied. We prepared a letter with findings, and and I responded to the protester. Have not heard back from them after they received my response that indicated the alleged collusion subcontractor was no longer a part of this bid. So we didn't find any collusion, and even if there were, they are no longer a part of this, and so the recommendation would be to award the contract.
Motion to approve 6.17. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes 4-1. Thank you. We are done with consent calendar. Moving on to public hearing. Let's open the public hearing for item 8.1. City Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving mod 26-0009, amending and previously approved density bonus agreement 22-002 to facilitate the construction of a 48-unit multifamily residential development on one vacant parcel totaling approximately 1 acre located east of 9th Street East, approximately 100 feet south of East Avenue Q, and authorize the city manager or his designee to exercise the option to amend the agreement as necessary, including minimal and/or non-substantive changes.
Okay, staff report. And then we're going to open up the public comment after we hear from.
Hello again. The item before you is a modification amending a previously approved density bonus agreement to facilitate the construction of 48 multifamily units located east of 9th Street East and approximately 100 feet south of East Avenue Q. The concession requested is to reduce the ground floor requirement of the Palmdale Transit Area Specific Plan from 18 feet to 12 feet and the upper floor height requirement of 12 feet to 9.5 feet. This requested concession reduces development costs by eliminating the need for man lifts during construction, which is a $1.7 million impact. Unfortunately, the applicant had to leave. They did attend, but they had an emergency come up, but I'm available for any questions.
Before we do that, I'm going to call for public comment. Does anybody in the public wish to speak on this item?
No public speaker cards at this time.
Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing, and now we can have council discussion. Does anybody have any questions?
Move to approve the item.
We've got a motion.
Second?
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Great. 8.2. Going to open the public hearing. Please provide staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. The item before you is to receive and file the fiscal year 2026-27 Annual Employee Vacancy Report in accordance with Assembly Bill 2561. AB 2561 requires the city to present the status of vacancies, recruitment efforts, and retention efforts at a public hearing held at least once each fiscal year prior to adoption of the final budget. As of today, we have a total of 320 full-time FTEs. 101 are represented by the Teamsters Union Local 986. As of May 12th, which was the writing of the staff report, the city has a total of 28 vacant positions. Our overall, and of those 28 positions, 8 were represented by the Teamsters Union. So our overall vacancy rate is 8.75. For our bargaining unit, our vacancy rate is 7.92. And because the vacancy rate does not exceed the 20%, overall, there's nothing further for the city to do other than to file this vacancy report. Any questions?
Oh, thank you. Before we do questions, any public comment?
No public
Anybody
comments.
from the audience wish to speak? Mr. Zink's coming up, and then we'll get back.
Jason Zink, I'm just curious, we have 28 open positions, and we have 80 to 100,000 commuters that commute down below. It just finds me, it's very odd that these positions would stay open for so long, isn't it? It's just, that thought out there.
Okay,
Basically, what I'm saying, are we doing enough to outreach to the local community about these positions that are available?
anyone else wish to speak? Okay, closing the public hearing. Council discussion? Any questions for the HR manager?
Move to approve the item.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. 8.3, we're gonna open the public hearing,
I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
and we got a recusal.
Oh, I have to recuse myself as well.
Oh, we got a couple of recusals.
For having done business
Can you
with
state
some of the
the
auto
reason
dealers.
for the recusal, for doing business? I can't force her to state her reason, I guess. Staff report. Do we have a staff report on 8.3?
Yeah, it can be me or it can be Miss Sampson. I'm happy if, I'll just
Who
take-
was asked to do the staff report on 8.3?
Nobody's ready.
Okay, I'll just do it. I'll take care of
Great.
it. So, right before you is a loan agreement. And it is set for a public hearing because it is considered an economic subsidy under the government code. And there is certain item contained before you that we're required to report, including the amount, the purpose of the loan, the projected tax revenue, employment impact, and I'll essentially go through some of the terms of the loan. It would require, and this is for, it'd be $1 million per each auto dealership over a 7-year repayment plan with, I believe, 3% interest. As a condition of receiving this loan, the auto dealership has to remain at that location for 10 years. So even after they repay back this loan in 7 years, they must still operate and maintain their auto dealership. Because why would we give you this money if you're not going to continue to operate your business? Anyways, so, and there are some conditions to precedent to disbursement. And this loan agreement requires a bond to secure repayment. However, if additional types of collateral are available, council could approve this with modifications to allow those other types of collateral to be used. But on a case-by-case basis, it's difficult to determine, when there's 7 different ones, what security these individual businesses may be able to provide. Some of them are not landowners, but some of them are. So in some situations, maybe an interest in land or in the business or the property may be more viable than a security bond. But that is for, this agreement as proposed requires a bond to secure repayment. Anything else? They must report their sales tax revenue to the city. There are administrative remedies contained in here and insurance requirements. They are not allowed to assign this agreement without express approval from the city. And I'm available for any questions if there's anything specific that you would like me to address.
Before we get to that, is there any public comment on this item?
Yes. We have Rich Gagel, PFC.
Thank you. I've been in conversations with several council members. In fact, I think at one point or another, everybody but Austin Bishop, about this, and I understand that there were some procedural concerns at one point, but I don't see any reason to deny this. The auto mall is one of the leading generators of tax revenue for the city, as far as what I've been told. There are several hundred people that are employed there, and we've already lost one dealership, I believe, and I'd hate to see any more people have to go elsewhere for employment, especially if it meant jumping on the 14 and adding to the traffic with gas prices what they are. It's an undue hardship. I don't want to see those people suffer. But if this is a loan, it's not a grant, it's a loan. It's going to be repaid back. The city's going to make money on it. It's going to be good for the city. It's going to be good for the auto mall. I don't see this as anything but a win-win. So I would hope that the council would vote to approve this. There have been things that this council has done in the past where it involved giving large sums of money to special interest groups, and those were grants, and we got nothing for it. So I really can't see how this is something that should be too difficult to say yes to. Yeah, thank you very much.
Next.
Dr. Coronado?
Usually, under no circumstances will it ever be appropriate, I think, to lend out rich people money that belongs to the public. However, under these circumstances, they're very different. As Rich pointed out, this is not something that is a grant of some sort, or the money that you gave, with the exception of Andrea, to our Parish, $10 million, that we're gonna get shit back in return. With this, we're gonna get, obviously, business. We're gonna support them. They support the community. I've known Justin for over 20 years. I know Gus for almost that long. We need to support these businesses. It would not be appropriate to deny something of this sort to a substantial business entity of the Palmdale Auto Mall. I think that the gentlemen here, Justin and Gus and David and Scott, are outstanding people of our community who are changing it through good business. They're hiring people within the community. Gus Camacho and his father has been here for years and years. Shout out to Mr. Lou Gonzalez that is probably watching at home. He started this business. His son took it over, and I'm sure he's very proud of his son today, and I support this wholeheartedly. And since a lot of the times I speak for the community that can't speak for themselves, I'm sure they will agree that the city of Palmdale lends this money to the Palmdale Auto Mall and its owners. I wholeheartedly support it. I know the community will support it too, and I hope that you will support it as well. Thank you.
Michael Ross?
Well, I just agree with them on everything that they just said. The only other thing I'd like to add to it is I do think that I've now been here with 3 different city managers who have all said that they would help the mall. And the mall, I know some of the guys over there, not real well, but I've been involved with them enough to know that they really do have a heart for our community. And they are members of our community. They're here. So I think it'd be awesome if we could really get behind them. They're not in the best location for auto malls, you know? I think it'd really be to our benefit to help them with this loan and to get behind them as business owners in our community. I know they give a lot back. They're always involved in giving money to, Little League and all that kind of stuff. So I think it'd just be appropriate for us to really back these guys who've been backing our city for so long. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mark Maldonado?
Well, I'm definitely going to echo what the last 3 guys talked about, because I do know a lot of these families. I've been here since 1963, and I've known Justin for a long time, known Scott for a long time, I've known Gus for a long time. These guys get back. All these guys get back to the city. What I don't understand is how the Palmdale can throw $10 million to Lancaster and not get anything returned back on that investment. So this is an investment here. This is a loan. Like I said, I'll echo everything that they've said, but I do want to say one thing. If I was sitting on this council in any fashion, I would have said, let's give them a better interest rate than 3% because of what this is going to do for the city of Palmdale. This is in the city of limits. This is in your backyard. It's in the Palmdale's backyard. We got to take care of our backyards first before we take care of other backyards. And they say, buy homes, you spend your money here. Don't go out of town and spend your money. So I think that the money that left to Lancaster should have never left without some type of return of the investment. But I do strongly believe that that interest rate, because of what it's going to bring, what they're doing there, the tax revenues are going to do for City of Palmdale, you guys should consider lowering that probably down to 2%. Thank you.
I always mow the front yard first, but you're the professional, so I'll take your word for it. Next.
No further speaker cards on this item.
Mr. Zink.
Jason Zink. I disagree with all those speakers, and I disagree with what the city is doing. This is a bad image for the city. You're giving money to millionaires when people are in a crisis. They're in an affordability crisis. Haven't you heard about that, you guys? Having the highest sales tax in the nation, highest gas prices, longest commutes, and you guys want to give money to millionaires. You're giving it. Loan, right? You'll forgive it in after the election. I know how this city works. I've been here my whole life. So you guys all you're doing is supporting these owners' champagne lifestyles. So they can go out to the high restaurants, go to go on vacations and everything like that. Let them feel some pressure, like the small business owners are feeling. Guess what? Those are good-hearted people too. A lot of them can't even turn on their air conditioners this summer because they have to keep the doors open, hoping that somebody walks in the door. You know, big business, they have access to CPAs, low-interest loans. They know all the loopholes, how to transfer money. They have attorneys. They have other assets. What does a small business owner have? Why don't you you're giving money away. Why don't you give gift cards to all our commuters who are suffering right now? Those people aren't suffering. Small business owners are suffering. I can tell because I go there. I eat in the restaurants. I go to small businesses. They're hurting right now. They got to charge for chips and salsa now. We are in an affordability crisis. This is crazy. All you guys are doing is taking money. Where are you coming with the money? You stole money from Measure AV to give it to the sheriff contract, right? Because the sheriff contract all came out of the general fund, and all of a sudden you're stealing money from Measure AV to fill the sheriff contract so you can give this money to the auto mall. It's disgusting. This city needs to be investigated for fraud and abuse. If you approve this, don't think about running for election. Don't even think about it. But this is really, really bad image for our city. And you're basically telling the people of Palmdale, we're with these people who are going to give us a campaign contribution so I can get reelected. These are my buddies. So, what do you guys want to look like tonight? Do you guys want to be with the big business? Or do you want to be with the small business and the residents of Palmdale and give them their money for their community groups?
Thank you. Next, any other speakers in the audience wish to speak? Nope, okay, we're closing public comment. Council discussion.
Sure, I have questions. Or did you want to go?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
just
go.
wanted to make one comment. I know that we have to have security on this for the city, and the delivery of a fully executed bond is something that is not readily available. And I would just add to item number 7C, the following language, which would be.
Wait, I'm sorry, where are you looking?
I'm sorry?
Where are you looking?
It's item 7.
Okay, 7C,
So page
got it.
number's on here. This is in the
It says conditions precedent to
This is in the
disbursement.
agreement, loan agreement,
Yeah, yeah.
item 7?
Got it. I'm here. Yeah, go
And then
ahead.
at 7C,
Yep.
delivery of the fully executed bond. And then after that, or other form, add this language, or other form of security, provided that such bond or security is in a form, amount, and substance acceptable to the city manager and the city manager's sole discretion. The city manager shall have the authority to determine whether any proposed security adequately protects the city's interest and satisfies the requirements of this agreement. So I would add that language to this contract. I had a discussion with Ms. Severino regarding that. I believe that Mr. Camacho and Mr. Mendez have been trying to work this out so that the loan is made and is properly secured to make sure that the money's paid over the period of time that's called for in the agreement. So with that change, I would move to accept this.
That's a lot of language, and it's hard for me to sort of digest it if you just read it into the record. So I'd like to be able to see it before I move forward to incorporate that into the contract. But,
That's right, Chair.
okay, but I'll do it after, because I don't even know if it's going to be necessary. Questions about process. So how did this even come about?
So, we had a request from at the last council meeting to put this item on the agenda. It had come through the auto loan subcommittee, but in reviewing the request, it did not appear that the subcommittee had authority to negotiate the terms of the loan. And that is why, council voted to put the item on this agenda, and that's why we are
Did you
here.
go back and watch that meeting? Because it's my recollection that the auto dealers had been coming to us for some time, talking about the remodelings of the showroom and the pressure that they're getting from the manufacturers to do certain upgrades. And at the same time, a different landowner in the auto mall specific plan wanted some zoning changes. So we said, look, there's a lot going on here. Why don't we form a subcommittee to work this out to make sure that the auto dealers are getting what they want and that landowner is getting what they want? So I don't understand how that didn't give us the authority to work out a deal with all parties involved.
Correct, and, it was unclear, and the issue there, Councilmember Alarcon raised a concern that maybe this was outside the scope. So in light of that concern, to address it, the request was for the full council.
Can we explain why it's outside of the scope?
Because a loan wasn't specifically discussed, and that is being a little bit nitpicky, but the subcommittee a loan was not included in.
But there were multiple
discussion.
parties with concerns, and we formed a subcommittee to work through the concerns of the multiple parties involved. I don't understand how that's outside the scope.
I wouldn't say that it's abundantly clear it's outside the scope. It just would be a gray area, and to avoid being in the gray area, we asked council to formally make a motion and agree that this item should come on the agenda.
Okay.
Which is
So that's where we're at. You
Yeah.
brought it up last
Yes.
week. It was approved to come back with those terms as discussed. Okay.
Okay, so my questions are specific to that process. So we as a council established a committee, correct? And what was the purpose of the committee?
I believe the mayor just said there were multiple concerns, some of them having to do with zoning, and I can't remember what you just said.
The auto dealers came to us first because they were getting pressure from their manufacturers to make these upgrades. They needed the help. We had just given a grant to the mall, who generates about the same amount of tax revenue as the auto dealers do. So we thought it would be appropriate to meet with them to address the concerns, to make sure that we weren't doing some for one and not for others and working through different concerns. There were multiple issues arising at the same time. That was the purpose of the subcommittee.
Okay, so you're saying it's multiple issues, so it was sort of a broad, general, all auto mall
To work
related
out,
items?
to work out the concerns that were involved in the auto mall specific plan.
Okay.
And my recollection is that the concerns of the manufacturers putting pressure on the auto dealers to upgrade their showrooms, to make them competitive in this very competitive market these days, and for quite a while, was part of the discussion. That's what I understood about it. And it was provided over to a subcommittee whether the exact language of that particular motion was particular and to include this or not. It was my understanding, at least, that that was part of the discussion that, I believe it was you and Mr. Bishop that worked that out. So,
Okay, so I'm just gonna, for the record, refresh everybody's recollection. If looking back at the minutes, the Auto Mall Subcommittee was created on February 7th, 2024. The minutes of that meeting say that it's specific to the resolution about the specific plan and denying an appeal, upholding a planning commission resolution, and a general plan amendment. Then Mayor Bishop said, and they put this in quote, Mayor Bishop made the following statement, and this is a portion of it. I move that we table this item to the next two council meetings, and further that a subcommittee comprised of myself and Councilmember Olson work with the interest of all stakeholders to ensure everyone benefits from our actions. The subcommittee will not want any separate meetings to occur without its participation to ensure the most efficient and comprehensive analysis of the issues. So, is the assertion that the scope of the subcommittee was beyond those two council meetings? And beyond the scope of this specific plan and denying the appeal and upholding the planning commission resolution?
I think that in general, it encompassed, these are the zoning issues, and it also encompassed the issues and challenges that the auto dealers here were facing at
I
the time.
understood as it encompassed the concerns of all the parties involved in the auto mall specific plan. There's a specific zone for the auto mall. There's several parcels, some are undeveloped. They're all different landowners. Everybody had concerns. The idea of the subcommittee was to put people in a room to work through every concern regarding the specific plan.
Okay, and
Including doing this financial agreement.
Well, I don't think it excluded anything to work.
so it was general, this committee is just going to work with the stakeholders to, just on all things related to the mall and how we can help them.
That's how I understood it.
That's how you understood it? Okay, so additionally, a couple problems with that. So ad hoc committees are under the Brown Act, are an exemption to Brown Act regulations. Ad hoc committees are comprised of less than a majority of the body. That would be two of us. And therefore a specific task and a specific purpose. However, under the Brown Act, that exemption does not apply to standing committees. And committees, standing committees under the law, under Government Code Section 54952, very clearly states that if a subcommittee of a governing body has general subject matter jurisdiction over a matter, that it is a standing committee and is subject to the Brown Act rules, which means all of the meetings would need to have been posted and publicly announced. The substance of the discussions would have been required. But additionally, so there were several meetings. It wasn't the time frame. It said that the subcommittee was going to last for two council meetings, but this subcommittee has been having meetings consistently for the past year and a half. And it has included 3 members of the council. At one point, it was Councilmember Olson and Councilmember Betancourt. And at one point, it also included Councilmember Bishop. That is no longer an ad hoc committee. It not only is it broad in terms of the general subject matter jurisdiction, which makes it a subcommittee, not an ad hoc committee, and then makes it subject to the Brown Act.
No, it was a subcommittee with me and Councilmember Bishop. Councilmember Bishop took a job with Toyota, so he had to recuse himself from any negotiations. I don't even know if he was in the meeting after he appointed. He was the mayor at the time, so he appointed himself and me. The conflict arose, he recused, so then Councilmember Betancourt joined me on the
So how
subcommittee.
was that appointment made?
I
I
don't-
think look, my point is that the process is fraught with problems, raises legal issues, the validity of these agreements and the actions and the negotiations themselves. There really is no authority for them. I
Will you
think we are
state your
subject to.
legal concerns?
We are subject to legal challenge under Brown Act Government Code Section 54952, because there were 3 members who are active in this committee. It was continuing subject matter jurisdiction over all auto mall-related issues. It was not narrow under the designated ad hoc purpose, 2 council meetings, specific plan only, and specific to that planning matter. And so because the scope was broadened, because a 3rd member was alternated in some way, somehow, we have Brown Act problems with the means by which these agreements were negotiated.
Can the mayor at the time not appoint the subcommittee members? And if one subcommittee member needs to recuse from the process, they can appoint a replacement for that member?
Correct.
Okay.
So, does the city attorney agree with the analysis that's been presented by Ms. Alarcon?
I would say that whatever issues that may be underlying are cured by the fact that the majority of the council approved this item to go on the agenda. And as far as negotiations, I wrote this loan in conjunction with no one. I was asked to write a loan for $1 million to each person, and the rest of the terms were my own in conjunction with the city manager and the deputy city manager, who was the former director of operations finance.
Very good. So, I'm going to make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, so beyond that, I do have other questions.
May I make my
He's
motion?
speaking.
And then we'll continue discussion if you wish, Mayor. So I'll make my motion with the additional language.
Can you restate the language,
Yes.
please?
So 7, item 7,
C.
C, delivery of the fully executed bond or other form of security, provided that such bond or security is in a form, amount, and substance acceptable to the city manager in the city manager's sole discretion. The city manager shall have the authority to determine whether any proposed security adequately protects the city's interests and satisfies the requirements of this agreement. So I would make a motion and add to 7C the language I've just stated.
I guess my confusion is, why is the delivery of a fully executed bond? What does the bond have to do with the loan?
So the bond secures for payment, so in the event, and that's the way this version is written, in the event that, say, someone does not repay, well, city has the ability to, I'm blanking on the word, but collect on the bond essentially, so the surety then would then pay for the city to recover
Got it.
the remainder of the loan. But in lieu of a bond, you could use something like land, you could use something like property, you could also use cash, but doesn't really make sense in the context of a loan. But there are other ways to get security. It's just, it was difficult in this situation because it's 7 different entities with different kind of situations.
I understand. So the proposed language suffices.
Correct. So
Okay.
if someone could not or would prefer to, say, give a land interest, it would still have to be enough to cover the $1 million.
Right, and my understanding is that Mr. Mendez and Mr. Camacho at least have been working out a security arrangement for this loan. And it is a loan, it is not a grant. And I hasten to point out that apart from the fact that they hire a substantial number of people here in Palmdale, they are generating $2,750,000 in sales tax revenue to the city every year. And so over the period of the loan, the total projected revenue is going to be about $20,175,000. It's one of the sales tax producing engines in this valley, along with the auto mall. I mean, the mall itself. So, but there's a lot of things that we can do, and this is one of them, to help these auto dealers improve their competitiveness in this market?
So I don't disagree that the auto mall is wonderful. It's an economic engine. It provides jobs. It's, the tax revenue that we generate is useful to our operating budget. No problems, no qualms with the auto mall. Problem with the process by which this transpired. I think we are, just the bare fact that three council members, the majority of this council, at some point or another was involved in meetings being held with members of the public and staff, which is also indicia under case law of a standing committee. And then that there's this continuing subject matter jurisdiction, creates legal problems. My point is, a challenge to these contracts will get them thrown out, is what I'm asserting, because the process was fraught with improprieties. But setting that aside, a question about the staff report, on page 3, it says that the terms of the loan include conditional forgiveness as set forth in section 4 of the agreement.
Yes, that had been a provision that was subsequently removed, so that item, that line in the staff report is an error. And thank you for flagging it. I noticed it when I was giving my presentation, and I forgot to mention it. But
Yeah, so,
there's no provision for that.
The draft agreement or the agreement that's included in our documents has this little, what happens when you do a red line of a document? It has this little notation, this little mark. That means that it has been deleted but not removed. So I want to make sure that it's not just removed just for the purposes of moving it through.
No, it's removed, and to be sure, you can add to the motion that is removed, but the intent.
Because the staff report, the staff
it
report
was an
says that
error.
there is conditional forgiveness
Correct.
in subsection 4, but this
Yes,
doesn't
and thank you-
remove, but it has
thank
the
you for
red line little
reminding.
notation that it was there, but it's hiding, and we can't see it.
No, it's not hiding, it's gone.
It's not part of the agreement.
No.
Okay.
Okay, any other concerns?
No, and look, again, I will just say this. I have no, really, again, this is all about process. Everything that I raised tonight is about process. It is not an indictment of the nonprofits for the fireworks. It's not an indictment of Wilden per se. It's not an indictment of the auto mall and the dealers that really do provide a significant, public benefit and financial benefit to our city. This is a problem with process. And I think we've got a lot to do to clean up our house. And I can't, because I believe that this puts us in a legally precarious position, exposes us to liability. Somebody wants to sue to challenge these because it is taxpayer dollars. I believe that they would have grounds, and we would be liable for adopting. These contracts and these loans would be unraveled and voided by the court is what I believe would happen. So for that reason, I can't support it. You guys are going to do what you're going to do.
We got a motion from Mr. Loa, second from me. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 2-1. Moving on to section 9. The joint public hearing, that's why you're here. Thanks,
We
thanks for sticking
get our
through it.
friends.
Huh? Yeah. What up?
So we need to bring the others in. I'm gonna take a real quick
Just the
break.
one more? Did anybody go get her?
Did she go that way? What's that? She's gonna be leaving any minute. She's gotta go catch a plane. To Washington State. You don't have a lot of time, huh? You don't have a lot of time.
I've got 20 minutes.
Okay, joint public hearing, item 9.1. Please open the public hearing. City Clerk, can you read the title of the resolution?
The joint resolution is numbered CC 2026-033 and SA 2026-005, HA 2026-001, IDA 2026-001, PAA 2026-001, PFA 2026-001. A joint resolution of the approving legislative bodies approving and adopting the City of Palmdale's annual budget for fiscal year 2026-27 and approving revenue and expenditure adjustments to fiscal year 2025-2026. The next one is resolution number 2026-032, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving the publicly available pay schedule for general employee classifications to ensure compliance with the Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, pensionable compensation requirements. Resolution number 2026-035, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving the publicly available pay schedule for Parks and Recreation unbenefit employee classifications to ensure compliance with the Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, pensionable compensation requirements.
Okay, staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Janelle Sampson, Deputy City Manager. This evening, I will go over the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. On May 5th, we did a very in-depth presentation and introduction to this budget. The intent of this presentation this evening is to go over the changes that have been proposed between then and now in this proposed budget. So I'll go through a brief presentation and happy to answer any questions you have along the way. All right, in front of you is our citywide budget summary. This slide you'll see shows what we brought before this council on May 5th and what we're proposing today along with those changes. We are proposing, this is citywide, this covers all funds, special revenue funds, general fund, transportation funds. We do propose the beginning fund balance is starting at $368 million. We're proposing $471.3 million in revenues with $476 million in expenditures. That estimated ending fund balance of $304 million. We do have reserve requirements of $59 million in there, and that is comprised of several funds for which we have reserve requirements. That includes our general fund, our internal service funds for information technology as well as fleet, our sewer fund, and our EPIC CCA fund. You'll see here the changes in revenue from May till now of 1.1 million or 0.2%, and the expenditures of 14 million at 3%. I will go through what makes those up in the next couple of slides. On this slide, we'll go through our general fund. As we brought before you in May, we are proposing a balanced general fund budget. 128.1 million in revenues with 127.1 in expenditures. There is a minor change in expenditures, 118,000 there, that's proposed 0.1% difference from May till now. You'll see the reserve requirement for the general fund of $38.1 million. That represents 30% of the general fund expenditures. The city has a reserve policy that requires 20%, and we do strive to meet that 30% when possible due to the volatility of our sales tax revenues, which is our primary revenue source. Are there any questions so far? All right. This slide's pretty easy. Our general fund revenues, there was no change from what we presented on May 5th. So you'll see that is exactly the same. You'll see property tax and sales tax, those are our largest, but it is at 128.1 million. General fund expenditures, there is a minor increase of 118,000, and you'll see that broken out by category on this slide before you. There in the salaries and benefits, $138,000 increase. That is due to an additional request for a FTE position in the finance purchasing division. That position is funded through the general fund, so that represents that increase. We do have a reduction in operating of 10,000, just due to some revisions on the department level to ensure that we're presenting the most accurate and reasonable numbers. Our contract service is $370,000 decrease. This is a reduction that was found in our revision process of the May budget that was proposed to you. That was due to an item that was originally anticipated, and we've now determined that's not necessary. And then you'll see in capital $360,000, and that is an increase due to improvements needed for city facilities, which include our Aero building and our Oasis Park, some facility maintenance that is due in that building over there. So the compilation of those increases and decreases result in that $118,000 increase. But I think the key point that I would like to convey here is that we are still proposing a balanced budget, so that's very important. All right, this next slide will go through our Measure AV. We did bring this before you. We have also brought the Measure AV proposed budget before the committee last week. So they are informed and were given the opportunity to provide feedback and ask questions on this budget. What is presented here in the fiscal 27 column is what was presented to that committee. So what they saw incorporated the changes that are proposed for you today. The infrastructure, beautification, infrastructure, and CIP category here, the $2.4 million increase is attributed to some projects for our sports field lighting, which include our Dominic Massari Park. We are currently utilizing temporary lighting on a rental basis, so we're looking to install permanent lighting, so that would fund that park. As well as $850,000 towards Yellen Park for the futsal court lighting, and then $105,000 towards McAdam Park cultural art projects. So ultimately, 0.1% increase over what we presented in May. You will see the reserves. Measure AV has a reserve policy of 10% of expenditures. We have proposed 25% here. We are striving to slowly reach the 30% mark that we have for our general fund, just because this is 100% sales tax and our most volatile revenue source. And while we review our sales tax regularly and look at our projections, we do meet with our consultants. We utilize HDL to review property taxes. They work with the majority of cities in California and have access to the databases and the information required for us to do that analysis. We don't foresee significant declines at this time, but obviously the economy can always shift, so we want to be prepared for that as well.
Before you jump, are you jumping from Measure AV?
Nope. Any questions?
Okay, thank you for your report, and again, I said this last time, it is a monumental task to put together a budget, to work with all the departments, and then to be responsive to our requests, namely my requests. I requested this Measure AV schedule over a month ago, never got it. I made the request through our city manager. The only reason why I got it was because it was publicly posted for the Measure AV committee. And so I went to go print it myself to get this. And so I was able to get the more itemized detail information for the Measure AV proposed budget. So I have a couple questions with regard to it. So it includes an additional auto mall partnership 500,000 here. And then business retention for 193. We're gonna give the auto mall another 500,000 and then our 193 for, I understand the partnership is for marketing and promotions and it's not directly to the auto mall. I understand all of that, and gift cards and whatnot. But my concern is that pales, that the amount for business retention, which, and I'm not clear on what business retention is. What is it? Is that actually for small businesses? I would like to think that we have some small business money in here, but I don't really see a whole lot. One of the four, as you noted, the buckets for Measure AV is economic development. And but business retention, 193, auto mall partnership, 500,000, aerospace incentive, 500,000, property acquisition, 1.5 million. I'm concerned we're missing the small businesses.
I could definitely answer that to the best of my ability, but we do have directors available if we need to dig in a little bit more. The 193,000 for business retention, would be for our consultants such as Retail Strategies or Cosmont that help to attract businesses to the city, as well as Shop Palmdale programs, small business programs, things of that nature. So we can definitely ask our economic development team to speak to that a little more if you have further questions.
How much of the 193 is for contracts for studies?
I don't have that amount broken down right now. I apologize.
It's again, it's hard to, no, it's not your fault. It's hard to get information, and in order to be able to make determinations like this, but it's so important, and we've made it, we've said it over and over and over again, that small businesses are dying and that we need to support them. And they're shuttering, and you drive up Palmdale Boulevard, and it's difficult. I mean, we get notices on social media on a regular basis that so-and-so local business, is unfortunately, who've been here for decades, is unfortunately closing their doors because they just can't make ends meet and make the finances work. And I'm just concerned that not only through this Measure AV proposed budget, but from other stuff that I saw throughout this huge exhaustive budget, I didn't see a whole lot of support for small businesses. But moving beyond that, also, there is Measure AV money, also 1.5 million for special events. I asked for detail about that and was told that, what is Kaleidoscope? I mean, I know what it is, but what is it for the general public?
Parks and Rec
One
Director,
second.
speak to that.
Good morning, or morning, it's not a morning, is it?
Yeah, it's been a long
might
day.
Carrie
4 hours.
Carrie Smith, Parks and Recreation Director. Yes, Kaleidoscope is our festival, as I'm sure you know, Councilwoman. In October, it's our family festival. It's a 2-day event, Friday and Saturday, a variety of free entertainment and vendors for youth and families. Did you have a more specific question?
No, I just wanted to, I don't want to, be the only one talking here, but Kaleidoscope is a 2-day festival. It's wonderful. And there, again, no indictment on the event itself. Of
course.
But the information that I obtained was that for Kaleidoscope, we're budgeting almost $500,000 of Measure AV money. And then if you juxtapose that to what we're measuring, 300,000 for America's 250th, I'm just, and that is just one, and then 25,000 for veteran support. It seems a little skewed, and for me to have to dig in order to be able to discern and decipher what exactly the money is for. This is not for the question for you. How did we get to 450,000 for Kaleidoscope for a 2-day event, 300,000 for America's 250th, and 25,000 for veteran support, 55,000 for community partnerships. I need clarity on where these directives came from, because our community organizations clearly are struggling. And we've talked about a grant program for community organizations and $55,000 for community partnerships when we're putting 1.5 million into special events. $500,000 into Kaleidoscope. I don't know, it just seems off to me. So I don't know, city manager, do you want to explain like the rationale behind this allocation?
Mayor, members of the city council, looking at it, I think it's 55,000 just for community benefits. You're referring to maybe one line item. We're referring to a whole budget. When it comes to other funds, it's not just AV fund. We have community benefit in our housing programs. We have community benefits in several other line items throughout this fund. If you'd like, we can go through the budget at another time and send you an email or send everybody the information.
For over a month, which is why it's troubling that we're here now and I still don't have it. And then when I go and dig again to find it, I find out that we've got 450 for Kaleidoscope and 25,000 for veteran support. Doesn't make sense to me. I think maybe it's a political and philosophical difference of opinions and where our funding priority should be. I just think it's a little skewed and a little off based on the directives, policy, initiatives that we've all voiced that we support. Seems imbalanced. And without additional information, I've also asked for information about, the underlying contract services. You sent me this spreadsheet that is incomprehensible, but there's an increase in what we're contracting out. I have a concern for that because I want to make sure that we keep as much work here in the Antelope Valley, in Palmdale, for our workforce. And I was asking for what are we contracting out in each department? Didn't get that. There are operating expenses that are all over the place. There's another auto mall, 125,000 for holiday events. I don't know, digging through it, it was difficult to discern. When I asked for additional information last month, I didn't get it. But I'm not hearing any real justification for the business retention. It sounds like some of it's going to contracts. We need to get money to our small businesses, directly to them, not through contracts to do some more studies and assessments. We know they're struggling. We just got to get some help to them, and I don't see it in here.
Our economic development director can speak to those.
Hi, good evening. Megan Taggart, Director of Economic and Community Development. So that category does include our partnership with AJCC, which is America's Job Center of California, our partnership with the Small Business Development Center, SBDC. It includes workshops that we put on in partnership with SBDC in both English and Spanish for our local business owners. It also includes our Shop Local program, our our Small Business of the Week program, our partnerships with Cosmont, and that's sort of like the smaller piece of that program, as well as the outreach that we do to ICSC for some of the larger retailers, and the facade and tenant improvement program that we're working on for small businesses as well.
Before you start, I apologize. I have to step away from the meeting. I have to get to the airport and catch a flight. So I apologize for leaving early.
Enjoy your trip. Safe travel.
All right. I will continue on. This slide before you presents our other funds, which is primarily our transportation funds. These funds here are used exclusively for repair, maintenance, improvement, primarily towards our roadways and transportation infrastructure. This is largely where you'll see the changes from the May meeting to today, $6.2 million in adjustments that we've identified throughout the month in projects that we've either shifted funding or have identified that these need to be incorporated in this budget. So you'll see an increase here of $602,000 in our gas tax funds. That includes $500,000 for Rancho Vista Boulevard sidewalk and gap closure, and $102,000 for our storm drain maintenance staffing program. You'll see Prop C a decrease of 3.2 million, as well as Article 8 a decrease of $413,000. Those amounts were actually shifted between funding sources, so that is applicable to our street resurfacing program. where we have some flexibility in which funds to use, because several of the transportation funds qualify, that project qualifies for those. So you will see the offsetting increase in the Measure R fund, this $6.8 million in Measure R. That's where that 3.9 in street resurfacing was reallocated to, in addition to several other projects, which include $750,000 for the Division and Palmdale Boulevard realignment project, $500,000 for Avenue Q Complete Streets and Crossing project. We have about $375,000 in pump repair and replacement, and about $500,000 in retro-reflective sign and striping projects. So that makes up that increase in those Measure R funds. We then also have a $2.5 million increase proposed in Measure M, and that one is attributed to the Avenue T design and environmental project. So overall proposed transportation funds presented here, 41.8 million, compared to the 35 that we presented before you in May. Any questions here? With the slide, yes.
Oh, with the slide, no.
All right, the next slide goes through our capital improvement program. What I just mentioned in the other funds, the transportation funds, those are primarily all capital improvement projects as well. So those amounts would be included in this. You'll see an increase of $14.2 million when compared to what we brought in May. This slide is broken down by category, so you'll see the bicycle and pedestrian projects, $1.5 million. Again, that's attributed to the Rancho Vista Boulevard sidewalk and gap closure project. Our drainage projects of $3.2 million include $2.5 million for the Oasis drainage basin upgrade, as well as $750,000 in pump repair and replacement. Our facilities $1.9 million increase is attributed to our IT server room upgrades, as well as facility improvements in the development services building and the Aero building, which are totaling about $280,000. The general improvements here are for anticipated engineering studies. Those are studies that we need for grant applications or in order to begin projects. So that's the increase under the general improvements. Parks and Recreation, 1.7 is attributed to the 1.5 million that I earlier mentioned for Dominic Massari sports field lighting, as well as 850,000 for the Yellen futsal lighting. And 500,000 for Dry Town refurbishments, 350,000 towards McAdam Cultural Art. I did mention that project earlier. There was a portion of that funded through Measure AV. So there's several funding sources, our Public Art Fund as well as Measure AV. So that's why you see a difference in those dollars. We also have 150,000 here for a Dry Town PA system improvements. Under our street category, there is an increase proposed here of 4.5. This is for that 2.5 for Avenue T, design and environmental, the 1 million towards Avenue Q complete streets, and the 750 for the Division Street realignment project. And then in our traffic category, this is for the traffic signal modifications for the 813. Totaling 4.9% increase from what was presented in May. Primarily, capital improvement projects are funded through special revenue funds, transportation funds, or dedicated funds. Those funds also carry forward through the life of those projects. So once they are allocated, they would roll forward and carry through until the projects are completed. All right. Any questions on that so far? Almost done.
Question, so that's the CIP program. The CIP has been on, the capital improvement program has been on our agenda like month after month after month after month, but then it keeps getting pulled. We have not received it. It's not complete because they keep fixing it. Do we have an idea on what the status of the, so we're gonna adopt the budget without the 5-year plan?
That's correct, Mayor, Member City Council, that's correct. We plan to have the 5-year CI, it's a 5-year outlook, so we plan to have that 5-year outlook coming in August.
What's presented in this budget would only be the fiscal 26-27 projects. These were presented before the Planning Commission in October for a determination that they are in alignment with the city's general plan. But as you mentioned, the 5-year CIP is a forward outlook, and not just this year. This slide before you is representing our personnel requests. We did have a slide in May that showed I think it was 6 personnel requests, and we do have 9 presented for your consideration this evening. We've added a few just based on internal discussions and needs, as well as review of available funds and ongoing funds. So here you'll see a total of 9 positions for a total of $1.1 million on an annual basis. You'll see.
Wait, am I seeing this right? Is an admin assistant making 102,000?
So these are fully burdened rates, which include all benefits, CalPERS, ongoing liabilities, as well as standard benefits. So that's not the salary alone, but it is fully burdened. The changes from May till now, the 3 positions that were added are a buyer 1/2, which would be in our purchasing division, an operator in the maintenance division, and a senior inspector in the traffic division. Those are the changes.
So wait, so
presented.
the maintenance worker fully burdened is 84,000, but the admin assistant is 102? Is that real?
That is correct.
So somebody's out there doing work like manual hard labor in the extreme weather, and they're making, what is that unburdened? What is the salary rate?
I don't have the salary alone
just-
at this time.
I mean, that's jarring. I mean, that's troubling. And then Mr. Singh's point, we got 26 vacancies. I mean, we got to encourage our local residents to capitalize on these positions, because if you're making 102,000 as an admin assistant, but the hard work of the maintenance workers out in the field are making probably 65,000, that just sounds preposterous to me.
So I would say that the salary schedules that are brought before you, I'm sure the council is aware that we are in the process of union negotiations with our bargaining unit, and we are looking to bring that MOU to our July 7th council meeting. Along with that item would be salary schedules. We are not at this time prepared to bring that forward, but it will come forward based on the conclusion of the negotiations. So the numbers presented before you are estimates and would be adjusted based on what this council adopts.
And Mayor, members of City Council, I'd like to remind you guys that the last couple of years, we did pass a class and comp study that was vetted through it. And just so you know, we during that class and comp study, we analyzed all the salaries in the region, and we ensure that whichever salary is put before you is a fair market salary that's comparable to all the other positions in the region.
So I have a question. I have a question based on sort of my review of the contracts executed under city manager authority. I found 5 that are for positions, or at least for work, so 125,000 for plan check services on CIP projects, 125,000 for comprehensive plan check, another 125,000 for comprehensive plan check, 125,000 for interim housing manager, 125,000 for staff augmentation services. Are those the vacancies? Like, what is that?
The staff augmentation services do
This is less
sound.
a question to you. This is, since you executed these on your own without council authority, what are they?
I could speak to the housing one. What would, for example, would be we had a housing director and we have not filled that void yet. So we have an interim person. These are interim people that are filling current roles that we deem necessary within the organization.
Okay, but are they the 26 positions that are unfilled, or we're contracting out for these positions? And also, are those positions, is that work covered under our collective bargaining agreement? Is that unit work? I mean, comprehensive plan check review sounds like work that would be governed by our CBA.
Our Public Works Director would be able to speak to that one.
A couple of those positions I can answer. We've lost some staff and project managers, so we had to bring somebody on to fill that role, as well as our traffic engineer. We don't have one right now, so we're using staff augmentation to fill those roles. And we do have a gap in our plan check services. We can't keep up with the capacity with the staff we have, so we're trying to fill those with consultants to help us with the backlogs.
So does that, I guess my direct question is that work that is governed by the unit?
The union?
The unit?
The unit?
The collective bargaining unit?
No.
It's
These are
not within that
professional
unit?
services. No,
So
they're not.
comprehensive plan check, that, plan check is not part of,
It's not part of the union.
okay. And staff augmentation services, what's that? Sal?
Staff augmentation services, just as the Director of Public Works stated, it's to keep up with the workflow.
It could be a project manager to fill in the role that one of our PMs had departed, or a traffic engineer that we don't have. In those positions being currently recruited now, we just haven't had the ability to find the right person, especially for the traffic engineer. It's a very difficult recruitment process. We've been at it for a year, and we still haven't found the right person.
Okay. Thanks.
We can keep going.
That concludes my presentation.
I have a question. The breakdown that you did for Measure AB, did you do something, do you have something similar for Measure PD, Measure PD?
No.
Measure PD is incorporated into our general fund, so it is not tracked separately in our general ledger, so I do not have that level of.
Can you figure that out, that portion of it? I mean, I don't mean.
It would be a manual
I've asked for it.
process.
I've asked for it.
And dress on a pig.
What's that?
I've asked for it. They said no.
I mean, it just goes in the general fund. It comes out like everything else in the general fund. You can,
understand that.
you can
I'm just trying
make
to find out
up
how
that
much-
portion.
We don't
figure out how
track
much-
anything.
What's that?
We don't track it in that way, so we would not have anything that we could run
Yeah.
to provide.
So, I mean, we can't, for example, the next item on the agenda deals with repeal of that. And I'm just wondering what kind of fiscal impact that would have. We should have some numbers. that
So
would
within
tell us-
our,
We know how much money's coming in.
I understand your
Yes.
question, yes. Measure PD is generating 27 million annually. So given that amount and the fact that we have a balanced budget, the impact to our general fund, we would essentially need to cut our budget by 27 million to balance.
That's what I wanted.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I had one more question that's relevant. I think this will get you guys, wake you guys up. The budget as proposed, at least the original draft, incorporated revenues, projected revenues for street sweeping. It goes, we're gonna now do some enforcement on the street sweeping program. Can we get an update? That's actually affects quality of life of our residents. And everybody was up in arms about the signs going up that restrict parking on both sides of the street. But now we're going to implement, or at least we're counting on revenues from street sweeping parking enforcement. Can somebody please give sort of a public overview on what's in store for this upcoming year?
Good evening, Mike McComas, Director of Public Safety. Basically, what we're currently doing is we are doing warnings. At this point, we're advising the public regarding the upcoming enforcement of the parking restrictions. And we anticipate that once Public Works has completed the signage installation, that we will probably wait about 6 months at the direction of the city manager. And at that time, we will begin the parking enforcement.
So when you say the signage installment, is that the same strategy that both sides of the street at the same time are gonna be restricted?
No, ma'am, my understanding is it's not. It's being changed. And that's why they're changing the signs.
Okay, so citywide, all of those signs that mandate, or that restrict parking at the same day, same time, same street. All of those signs are going to be removed, and new signs are going to be installed, which stagger. I want to be clear, and we need to be clear with the public. If we're going to expect them to walk up a mile in order to park on street sweeping days because they can't park on either side of the street, they need to know.
Mayor, members of the City Council, we are staggering it. One side will be enforced while the other one will not. So we will stagger it as you stated.
So that's different. One side will be enforced and the other will not. What, that's selective enforcement, one, that's a problem. And how would the public know which side is being enforced today or not
It
today?
will be signed in that manner.
What do you mean, what? The signs, so, if you're saying enforced on one side, but not the other, that means the signs are still gonna go up the same, that restricted. If that's the plan, that's a problematic plan, and I can't support that either.
That's not what I said. The signs will be changed to read what we are enforcing.
Maybe you guys can help us out here. I don't know what he's talking about.
Can we get back to the budget?
Yeah.
This is the budget, because the budget incorporates revenues from street sweeping enforcement, and that's taxpayer dollars too. Are they gonna be getting tickets? I know that. I just wanna make sure that that's what's happening.
It will be staggered, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, great. Public comment?
We have David Akers.
Evening, council members, or good night, whatever it is. I just want to first of all recognize the monumental work, as you stated, of our directors and the staff for creating this budget and making it a balanced budget. It is a lot of work, and I know also it's worth pointing out that of the $471 million budget, so much of it is restricted, so that means they're following the guidance of the measures that the community requested, the guidance of the board, so that's worth pointing out and appreciating. I'll state here publicly also that if I hear anyone complaining about the streets, I will defend that more than 50% of the capital improvements are going towards streets, which is much appreciated. And then lastly, I just want to recognize the work to make it a balanced budget, especially in that general fund where you're only having a $128 million budget. You were able to make a balanced budget, keep your $35 million reserves, which are important, and also worth noting is I think the council members would appreciate there still remains on the fiscal year 27 estimated fund balance, a remaining balance of $25 million, which I would call discretionary funds, which remains to the general fund after you've already met your reserve. So I think the board should thank the city manager and the team for giving them some of that leeway, discretionary funds, up to $25 million, so they can do things such as they brought up tonight when we were facing certain community members who have needs, or you wanted to put funds towards certain important items. So again, just much thanks for the work, and I wanted to point out that remaining wiggle room that the board will have. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next. Do we have
So
comments
that's
on
like, for us in the public, that is like a frickin' fire hose of information, and it's nearly impossible to grab a hold of.
We can do it again if you want.
I would, you know what, I would like, the reason I wanted to say something is, I would like to propose at some point, if we take the citizens' input seriously, that you would somehow create a meeting, a city council meeting, I don't know how you would do that, but a city council meeting that is specifically for budget. That's a big deal, man. And I'm watching these things up here. I've got 101 questions on expenditures that I'm like, I'm agreeing with you. That I'm going, I don't know about that. The pedestrian and bicycle lane expenditure, I'm like, what is that? You know, we've seen it over in Lancaster. They put in all these bicycle places and nobody rides on them. I know where I live, I do see bicyclists coming out of Leona Valley on the weekends, but during the week, nobody uses them. I'm not against bicycle lanes, so what I'm getting at is I think that it would behoove our city to get more involvement. The Measure AV stuff, there's so many things in that I don't think is correct. I know that we have a committee. I know some of the people on the committee, they've had complaints about that as well, about how we come up with the numbers and stuff. But I would like to propose somehow that we get more citizen input after we've had an opportunity to at least look at it. I know it's out there. We do our homework, but when we're watching what's up here, it's not categorized to the point that we actually understand where our money's going.
That's exactly my.
I run a business. It's a national business. I've got money all over the United States, and I can tell you where every penny is and what it's used for. And I would like to know that about my city, because that's our money, bottom line. So I would just like to propose that we do that. If it's a possibility to just have one meeting that's just for a budget, I think it would go a long way.
A budget workshop.
Next. Mr. Zink.
I don't know, maybe I just have higher qualities, higher standards. I don't know, to me, this whole thing is crazy. Why wouldn't you just have a budget on a website and you go down it and then you hit the link and it tells you exactly what that project is, tells you where it's at. Then we have an interactive map and you can see where all the projects are and you can hit that place where that dot is on that map and it tells you all the information. So simple, I could do it, and I'm not even computer literate. I don't get it. We have a $500 million budget, and you guys say you support the veterans. Here's $25,000. What the hell is that? All those community groups and programs, you know what they add up to? A couple $100,000. So you're giving breadcrumbs to the community, but yet you came up with $7 million to get an AV Auto Mall. Where the hell did you get $7 million? Pisses me off. This is so wrong, so corrupt, so fraud, so mismanaged, it's a shit show. I just don't get it. The whole purpose behind Measure AV was to give grants, was to give community programs. $7 million, I can't even get a park sign for Paul Menthol Historic Park to pay tribute to our pioneers. That there would be no Palmdale without them. Don't you respect those people? How much money you got for that? How much money you got for street trees? $7 million to Auto Mall, but you can't fix all the potholes and missing signs and faded street signs. What the hell is going on? $500 million. And we live on third world country streets. This is ridiculous. The highest sales tax in the nation. What are we getting for it? For benefits? I don't see anything out there. I don't see Palmdale looking more beautiful. Do we have any welcome signs? We've been collecting Measure AV over $100 million, and you couldn't give me a Palmdale, Palmenthal Historic Park sign? That's crazy. You guys hate me that much? Do you? I don't like none of you people. I really don't. I think you guys are so anti-Palmdale, so anti-small business, so anti-Palmdale resident. You have a disdain for the people of Palmdale. Why wouldn't you have town hall meetings? How hard is it to do a Zoom town hall meeting on the budget or on anything or on your districts? A Zoom. This is 2026. And then I look at, we can't even have American flags waving on our poles. You know, for the 250th anniversary.
Next.
This is the worst city there is.
Anyone else wish to speak?
And you're the mayor?
Oh, go. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephen Lee, and I just wanted to comment about a few things with regards to the budget here. There's some things that don't make sense, and like Mr. Ross was talking about with regards to having an entire meeting discussing this. Just one small example here is like you have an office assistant making $78,650 and an administrative assistant making $102,310, and that's including all the health benefits and stuff like that. That seems an awful big disparity when it's pretty much the same job. Okay, it might be a little bit different, but not that big of a difference in terms of the money. In addition to that, a well-meaning pastor had suggested a while ago, after I didn't have a job, to apply for a city position. Okay, he said, "Yeah, it's a good thing." So I did, and I don't think you understand like what the process is like. I can't prove this, but many people have told me how the city process is basically like you have to know somebody in order to get the job. So when you're talking about with regards to like why are these vacancies are there? Yeah, because if I applied for a job, I saw the requirements, I put down, I did everything, and then the problem was they don't respond. It's been like 10 months, okay? And that's apparently, I guess, normal, all right? So if you're wondering, Ms. Alarcon, why you see vacancies, because this is not the first time you've asked this question, okay? And it doesn't coincide with how things are supposed to be done. But in addition to that, Austin Bishop, you often talk about the supercommuter problem, like all of you have, okay? But you in particular. And, you should know that you have businesses out here that actually make that happen. Now, I'm not going to talk about other people because I'm not at liberty to talk about their situation, but I'll tell you my situation here, okay? I was living in West Palmdale, working in East Palmdale, 8-mile commute, doing that for 17 years, and then Learn for Life did what they did, okay? I've talked about this at length and written about this at length, but the thing is, they did what they did to me, and I'm not going to go into details because I don't have that much time, but the thing is, when I reached out to Ms. Betancourt, when she was mayor, I reached out to Mr. Olson here, nothing is done. And one of the things that I got was that from Mr. Olson is that it's not my jurisdiction. But the thing is, when it comes to issues of ICE, you're willing to defy the federal government to help them, but you won't help my case. Okay, and I had the Asian.
Has to do with the budget. Bring it back to the budget, please.
Okay, the budget is the supercommuter problem. Okay, is something that it needs to be fixed here, because in terms of you have to actually look out for the people who are trying to get jobs and everything, and trying to keep the people here as opposed to letting certain businesses do what they do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay, we're closing public comment. Can I entertain a motion?
Be doing housing separate, so I make a motion for that.
Yeah, let's start with City Council. Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, that passes. Now, with the Housing Authority.
I make a motion to approve it.
Second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
That passes. New business, item 10. Let's get through this. Do you want a staff report? This is your item. Do you want a staff report?
Yes, please.
The housing commission, we should not take a leave.
No, they're gonna stay.
I'm
If
stuck.
we're gonna stay,
I'm
no, I'm
stuck.
kidding. I'm sorry. You guys can leave if you'd like.
All right.
They're gonna bifurcate their.
Go ahead, talk while
All
we're
right.
going.
Ready?
Yes.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. I will keep it short and sweet. This item came from the last agenda where there was a motion to discuss a potential motion, and I've outlined, it's a three-pronged motion. I won't bore you with reading the text, but this is for City Council regarding a potential repeal and deferred implementation of Measure PD. And the floor is yours for a discussion regarding the request to approve this motion.
Thanks. So at the last council meeting, I specifically asked that we discuss the motion, that I took a lot of time and effort to compile information and prepare. Unfortunately, the motion itself is not included in the staff report or as an attachment to the agenda. So I'd like to again introduce this motion for the council's consideration. I think you guys sort of copied portions of my motion into, but there was no reference to my motion. Here, you can give this to and I don't know if any of the members of the public want copies of it. But essentially, it's requesting an ordinance to fully repeal Measure PD. to submit that to the voters. And then to, while that process transpires, to fully defer the implementation of the collection of Measure PD until November 3rd election results are certified. So I think, look, I've made it clear, it's been a long meeting. I've been clear on my opposition to Measure PD. I think we have the highest sales tax rate in the state at a time when, at the worst time that we could ever have envisioned. And I think what was sold to the voters is not what happened, is not how the measure functioned. And so I think people were misled when they voted to support it. And in the aftermath of it passing, when they realized that it was in fact a tax, they're furious. And so, and again, they can't afford it. The skyrocketing gas prices, it's got sort of a never-ending, who knows when those are set to subside. But right now, it's just not the time specifically for those on fixed incomes, for low-income families. And this is a regressive tax, so it's not a property tax or an income tax. This is a sales tax, so it has a disproportionate impact on those, those who are cash-strapped. And so, in any case, I think you guys already know where you guys are going to go with this, but I'm going to introduce the motion. I don't know if there will be a second to support my motion, if there's any discussion on the substance of it, but I will put that before the council.
I'll go. Well, I can't argue that 11.25 sales tax percentage totally sucks. And I don't think anybody likes it. I think the intent was there. I've been on this council since we've had 2 local tax increases. The first one I was totally against. I was the only one to vote no to put it on the ballot and move it forward. That was Measure AV back in 2020. The city manager then said, the reason to do this, and same with the consultants, they said the reason a city would want to do this, and other cities have done this too, is to protect the county from coming in and raising the sales tax. So Measure ER, as of right now, I just checked it, Measure ER looks like it's going to fail. Thank God. Because if Measure ER passed, that means our sales tax, I believe, would have gone up to 11.75%. Now, even though it failed tonight, it doesn't mean the county's not going to go back at it in November and try again. I would expect that they would, because the county is in dire straits financially, and they're going to need to do whatever they can to make up revenue or generate more income and revenue for the liabilities and the retirements that they have to pay in the near future. So, flashback to 2020. I personally was totally against the tax. I'm against all the sales tax. I voted against it. People got upset with me. It ended up passing. I'm like, okay, people can maybe understand the value in this. At that time, it went up to 10.25. Nobody really complained. We didn't get the kickback. There wasn't the outrage that we have today. Flash forward to 2024, we're faced with that decision again, because the reality is that the LA County contracts are taking up a considerable amount of our budget. And that's something that's been going on for many, many years. Specifically the sheriff's contract amongst other contracts. I think the sheriff's contract's up to 35 or 40 million. If not, it's gonna be there soon. So the goal was to try to find a way to generate a little more revenue for the city, keep the sales tax local, and make sure we can retain law enforcement. Not crazy about it, still don't like it. I don't like sales tax. I don't like insurance, I don't like sales tax. I don't like any of those things that seem to be where you pay and you're not really sure where the money goes. It's a tough pill to swallow, and I think everybody feels that way. Same with the gas tax right now. I mean, there's no doubt that we're in dire straits. So flash forward, 2024, the entire council votes not only to put it on the ballot, but the entirety of this council votes after it passes to increase it. Once again, I think we all felt like it could have been a good thing.
There were 3 votes. A vote to put it on the ballot. All 5 of us did that. A vote to accept the election results. All 5 of us did that. A vote to implement it. All 5 of us did that.
Right.
So we're here now. Can I finish, please?
yes,
Can I
but
finish?
after
Can I
that,
finish?
You don't need to
Can
yell
I
at
please
me.
finish? You've spent all night talking.
I
Can I
just want
please
to
finish?
I want to ask to be able to clarify the vote.
Yes, can he please finish?
Sure,
and
but he
then you
doesn't
can
need to yell at
clarify.
me like that.
So here we are. I suspect the county will probably do this again. Measure PD is supposed to protect the city from the county coming and doing this. That doesn't seem to be the case. There's legislation issues that are now being created where they've created a workaround for this. So we've got to be thoughtful. We've got to be creative in how we do this. I wouldn't want to lower the city's sales tax revenue and then have the county come in and take it right away from us. That wouldn't be good either. But I would like to see the sales tax go down. I would like to see a way in which we could maybe lower the sales tax and gradually have it increase over time. Because we know other cities and the county, they're gonna have to increase their sales tax. I would like it where maybe there's a way where we could work in lockstep with them or just slightly be a little bit higher, but not this huge gap. So a good question would have been during the budget, now that I think about it, and I saw that it didn't pass, Measure ER that is how do we lower it? How do we protect the city? But if we do, what's gonna happen with our budget? A big chunk of our general fund is made up by these tax measures. And if we reduce that, we have to understand what departments are we gonna cut? How much of the roads improvements are we gonna cut? How much of the sheriff's contract are we gonna have to cut? I mean, it's just numbers, right? So we're gonna have to figure out, if we take 0.5% away from the 11.25, let's say we go down to 10.75, then what is that, 10, maybe 15 million?
20.
So-
That, to repeal PD, the
0.5% like close to
0.5% is
15 million.
$27 million.
So it's like 13, so we have to figure out, what's the effect with that? We need to sit down with finance and we have to evaluate, what's our budget look like now if we do that? Like I said, I'm okay with lowering the sales tax, but it's gotta be done thoughtfully. I don't know what legal authority we have to do that based on the language that the voters approved. It would probably have to go back to the voters. But I'd like to explore an option in which we can lower the tax, protect the city, and then still retain the ability to have the tax increase over time gradually, so that way our city is still protected. So those are my thoughts on that. I'm sorry for getting upset, but this is something I'm very passionate about. I've waited a long time to speak about this, and I am reached out by numerous people have reached out to me, and they're very upset, they're very concerned, they want to see something done. This has been a problem for people, unfortunately. But the good news is tonight is that Measure ER did not pass, so our sales tax will not be going to 11.75%. So it gives us time to figure this out until the next election, which is taking place in November. And I'm sorry for getting upset, but I'm very passionate about this, and I've been waiting a long time to speak. So thank you.
Did you want to briefly respond?
Sure. So I too am very passionate about it, which is why I spent so much personal time to research it and to figure out a way that we could navigate out of this. When you say we've got to figure it out, what's in our budget now? Can you imagine what the people that live in our city are trying to decipher in terms of their budgets for their households? Because they just can't afford to get by. They are struggling paycheck to paycheck. Some are trying to decipher whether or not they pay their prescription bills, get groceries, put gas in their cars to go to work. this is, yes, we've got budgetary, constraints, and maybe we reel in some of the things. I mean, there's so much fat in our budget that we can skim. That if we actually took the time to do the line item detail, that I, clearly like to dig in and do, I think we could find the money to offset the revenues generated by Measure PD. But okay, to address some questions, the vote. You said that there were 3 votes. Put on the ballot, accept the election results, and implement it. I personally, clearly, prior to the election.
Days before the election.
Not
Put it on
days
your
before the
Facebook, but voted on all 3 items.
And let me be clear why. Because I'm a voting rights attorney and I believe in democracy. My personal opinion shouldn't dictate whether or not the voters have the right to vote on a matter. So I personally don't support it. And I was clear about that. I got pushback from the powers that be in Lancaster, quite frankly, and I was told that this is going to be the end of my career because I was the single person who, a single elected official in the Antelope Valley who opposed it publicly. They said, if you do that, that's political suicide. I said, well, I got to do what I got to do for my constituents, and I got to do what I believe in. And I believed that it was going to be essentially a sales tax increase, and it in fact was. Everything that I projected was going to happen, happened. So whether or not I supported it or not, that's one issue. But putting it on the ballot, letting the voters decide, that's what democracy is about. As a voting rights attorney, I believe in the power of the electorate and their right to make choices. So yes, of course I'm going to accept the election results as a second vote. What am I going to do? Say no, the will of the voters? I'm just going to defy the will of the voters? Absolutely not. Implement it. If it's the will of the voters, we got to implement it. Like what? Those 3 steps are procedural steps, but fundamentally and policy-based, I was opposed to this measure from the outset. And then to Austin's point about, well, Measure ER is going down, so we really don't need to implement any emergency measures. And maybe they're going to come back in November, but we don't know that right now, and what this motion does in fact do is defer implementation until the November 2026 election results are certified. So you said you wish there was something we could do now. There is something we can do now, and it's included as one of the whereases in my motion. Under the authority of ordinance number 1650, the city council may by resolution or other action phase, defer, or otherwise implement and collect a rate that is lower than the full rate established by Measure PD. In fact, we utilize that ordinance to defer 1/4 of the increase back when we were adopting Resolution 2024-096. So we have the power to do it, and we can do something before November. We can put it to the voters in November of this year, and we can defer implementation of it, relieve a little bit of the burden on our residents. Support small businesses because they're struggling. If our tax rate, people are going elsewhere to get stuff, to buy goods, because it's so expensive here. And we've got to incentivize, not disincentivize, our consumers and tourists and whatnot to spend locally in our city. Measure PD does only to disincentivize it and push people to buy stuff elsewhere, which has a detrimental effect on our small businesses. We can do something. For us to sit here and act like there's nothing that we can do is disingenuous. We've got the power under ordinance number 1650 to defer the implementation of this. We have the power to direct that staff prepare a resolution to put this before the voters to see if they want to repeal Measure PD. And so that's what my motion is asking that this council do.
And as far as lowering it, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead. Please be brief.
Okay, I will be brief, and sorry for my bad form. As far as lowering it, we do have the authority. There's plenty of cities that have 10.75 sales tax: Azusa, Compton, Culver City, Irwindale, South El Monte, and plenty that have 10.5, like Burbank, Baldwin Park. The list goes on and on. I would be okay with matching current cities, but to have the labels, the highest sales tax in the nation, So I like the idea of adjusting to a rate with other charter cities in our local area. That sits well. And then it still gives us the ability to raise gradually over time to cover the costs of law enforcement and safety and all that stuff. That sits well with me. I don't like any of this. This whole thing is tough, so.
Thank you. All right. When you talk about Measure PD, it's always, Measure PD puts us at the highest sales tax, 11.25. Yes, combined. Measure PD is a half of 1% implemented. So on a $30,000 car from the auto mall, that's $150. And I get it. That's an extra burden on people on top of rising gas prices and utilities and rent and other things that they can't afford. So I get the burden on the individual, but the city also has a burden. I see people online say, well, with the highest sales tax in the country, why can't we have nice street like Beverly Hills? Because we don't get property tax like Beverly Hills does. We get 6.5% of 1% from the county, and that's based on what was negotiated at the incorporation of this city. That is no revenue for us. Besides the sales tax, we got to go fight for grants. We got to go to DC and get money from our congressmen and our senators. We got to go to Sacramento and beg for money. This got the city out of a hole. And we thank the residents for giving that to us, who under the previous administration, we had a 5-year projected budget that put us in the red. We don't have that anymore. We now have a balanced budget. So yes, it did help us in a time of need. And it did pass by a 10% margin. And you said that we manipulated the voter. The language in the ballot measure was clear. What you're referring to was my statement in support in the ballot where I said this is not a new tax. By mechanism, that's true. It raised the cap, which you will argue is misleading. The point is, find the $27 million in the budget you want to cut, and then we can explore this.
I'm happy to if I get the information that I request.
Okay.
But we don't, 27
and here's the
million
other
out of
thing.
417 million.
Okay, I'm talking. The argument about us filling the cap if the state is to raise the cap is still valid. That doesn't work when the county goes to the legislature to get specific exemptions from them. But if the state raises the overall sales tax, we got to it before the county did or anybody else did. So leaving it on the books is the right thing to do for the city because it is a tool to fight future tax increases by the county and the state. We don't know if Measure ER is going to pass or not. If it does, we need the leverage to fight the implementation of that. We need the leverage to prevent the state from an overall cap increase. If they do that, we beat the county, who takes 9% of the 11.25. The county is the one that's screwing us, not the city of Palmdale. And the state helps them do it. It's ridiculous. But there's so much uncertainty whether Measure ER is going to pass. I don't want to take this off the book because it is a tool that we need. But here's the motion that I want to make. We do have the ability to defer the amounts. I would not want to see it taken off the books. But what I will make a motion is we've already done that. We implemented 0.5%. We deferred another 0.5% to be taken in 28 and then again 29. I say we defer that indefinitely and reevaluate later if there's a specific need. But I want to stop the implementation of the second 0.5%. So that's my motion.
Well, that's item number.
Okay.
That's number 2.
Okay, then you make that motion.
No, I'm just saying that it's just interesting because you were the one advocating for it, for Measure PD, and now you want to make the motion to delay, to defer implementation of it. But in any case, it's number 2. It says draft a resolution to defer implementation and collection of the full amount of the Measure PD sales tax and use increase.
Great, is that a motion?
It is a motion, but we still need consideration of, so my original motion includes also putting together language to the voters to potentially repeal it in November. So I would like to do both things. If it's only the will of the council to defer,
Is
fine.
anybody going to
but
second that motion? No, you don't get a point of order from the audience. No, you don't.
They haven't done public comment.
When we do public comment, you can speak, but you don't just get to yell out. You're making a motion. For the council to discuss, not you, Jason.
To what years do you want to defer the deferral?
We can make a motion and have a second and then have public comment.
So are you saying to defer to, say, 29 and 30?
Yes.
29 and
The
30?
future 0.5%.
I'll second that one.
Okay. Public comment.
We have,
So wait, I just want clarity on the
You have
motion.
speaker cards.
Can I get clarity on the so is your motion not to put forth a resolution
No, I
for
do
the
not,
ballot?
I do not want to bring it back to the ballot. We need this on the books.
Okay, so your motion is different than mine. Mine is both prongs. I just want to be clear on what we're discussing, Eric. You don't have to
Yes.
get so upset.
But we are clear. You
Okay,
made
but
a
just bring
motion,
it down a
it
notch.
did not
There's no
get a
reason to get
second.
upset. If anybody should be upset, it's the residents who got this thrown on them when it was told, look, I actually went and transcribed the hearing, where this was all presented. Bill Curley, the city attorney, said, this is no tax, no tax, no tax. And then everybody's presentation was, this is no tax. I kept saying over and over again, the language is aggressive. It says automatic increase. It sounds like a tax. Somebody explained to me how it's not a tax. And everybody kept saying it's not a tax. So the people that should be angry are the people who were sold a bit. And then it's Measure PD, Palmdale, keeping Palmdale dollars here. That's not what it was. It's not about keeping Palmdale dollars here. And then during that discussion, there was also conversation about Measure H and homeless money getting diverted to LA and their homeless numbers going down and ours going up. This money has not been, the Measure PD money has not gone into
Okay,
homeless
I'm done with
housing.
council discussion. I called for public comment. Is there
I'm glad-
anybody from
I'm
the public
glad
that
you-
wishes
you
to
like-
speak?
You continue to
Yes,
like
we
to
have
silence
Palmdale
me.
Freedom
But this is a
Coalition.
matter that is of
Rich
public
Gagel.
concern.
It's been a long time since I've been in this chamber and felt as livid as I do right now. I'm going to try and control myself. Austin, I don't know what the hell that was you just went through. You want to raise the tax slowly, you don't want to have the tax. I'm not sure what your position is, to be honest, but I do know this. You're talking about what the county might do in November. Do you have only one fight in you per year? Is that the problem? You need to stiffen your backbone. I'm sick of watching this council not stand up to the county to do what's in the best interest of its citizens. And Eric, you just made a comment that the city was in a hole, so we had to do it. In taking the city out of the hole, do you know the kind of hole you've put so many of the residents in? I should not have to choose between whether I can pay my house, my homeowner's insurance or my daughter's tuition. Like a lot of people in this city, I did things right. I went to school, I got educated, I got a good job, I worked for a long time doing something really noble. All right, I did things, I'm not irresponsible, I don't break the law, I did things right. And the state of California and the county of Los Angeles and now the city of Palmdale is screwing me. I can't afford it. And I'm not alone. I'm just one person. There's multitudes of people out here. So when you tell me the city needs it, when I have to choose between the city and my family, who the hell do you think I'm going to choose? And Austin, you're so tone deaf. Do you understand how tone deaf you are? People are hurting. And you sit up there and you talk about how, highest tax and the gas price, like it's not a real, those things have real consequences on a daily basis. This is not some game. When are you people gonna grow a spine? And yeah, we were lied to. Mr. Loa, I like you personally, but you came to a PFC meeting and you specifically said this is not a tax. The hell it isn't.
People should be ashamed of yourself. Have you no dignity at all? You sit here and you say this crap. You spew this stuff out to people that you're supposed to represent, and you act like their concerns mean nothing. And I saw that list of jobs for the city, and people work hard at the city. Fine. Do you think that most people working in Palmdale are making $102,000 a year? They're not. These have real implications, and you should damn well understand that. This is sickening. Like we don't matter, like it's not real. I got a family to take care of. So do these people, so do the people out there.
Thank you.
You talk about the hole the city is in? What about the hole I'm in?
Any other speakers?
Dr. Coronado?
About sacrificing for the community. Andrea, I love your fight. I love your pushback. I love the way you just handle stuff. Elections are coming. Remember that. I'm asking the city council to move forward with repealing Measure PD and allow the people of Palmdale to decide whether this tax should remain in place. Measure PD did not appear on the ballot by itself. It was placed before the public by this city council, with the exception of Andrea Alarcon. I know there's some confusion there. The same body that placed it before the people has the authority to place it and take it to the people for repeal. And while we often hear that voters approve this tax, the reality deserves a closer look. Measure PD received 27,151 yes votes. In a city of more than 167,000 residents, these voters represent roughly 16.7% of the population. That does not diminish the outcome of the election. It simply reminds us that many voices were never heard, many residents did not participate, and many families are facing circumstances today that are very different from 2024. Since then, the cost of living has continued to climb. Families are paying more for groceries, gasoline, rent, insurance, utilities, more for nearly every necessity of life. Working people are stretching every paycheck further than ever before. Seniors are fixed incomes are making difficult choices. Parents are balancing household budgets that no longer add up. Young families are wondering how they will afford to stay in the community they call home. A sales tax falls hardest on the people who have the least room in their budgets. It does not ask what someone earns before taking more from what they spend. Every trip to the grocery store, every school supply purchase, every household necessity becomes more expensive. The question before you tonight is not whether Measure PD should automatically be repealed. The question is whether the people deserve another opportunity to decide. If we believe in representative government, then we must also believe in accountability. If we trust the people when they are asked to approve a tax, we should trust them when they are asked whether the tax should continue. The people of Palmdale are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for a voice. They're asking for relief. They're asking for the opportunity to weigh the realities that face today against the decisions that nearly 2 years ago. Democracy is stronger when government listens. Democracy is stronger when the elected officials trust the people. Listen to Rich Gallegos. Democracy is stronger when citizens have the opportunity to be heard. Place the repeal of Measure PD before voters and defer any additional tax increase until the people of Palmdale have had the opportunity to speak for themselves. Keep in mind, out of 167,000 residents in Palmdale, 10,020 are unemployed and 26,219 live in poverty, for a combined total of 36,239 people.
Thank you.
Keep that in mind.
Michael Ross?
So yeah, the impact of taxes are very real on people. A family of four typically spends $1,500 to $4,000 plus annually on sales tax, depending heavily on location and income, of course. One of the things that's very important to understand, yes, it's a recessive tax. It hurts the communities that are making less. It hurts them more. I did my own numbers on how much I pay in sales taxes during the year. I paid $11,270 in sales tax. I know that doesn't all go to the city. 6% goes to the state and county and all that. I think all of that's too high, quite frankly. That means that for my hourly wage, I work 28 days a year to pay for sales taxes. That's crazy, man. And what I'm asking for is for our city to, I understand your concern. I really do. I get it. When you're dealing with a corrupt government, as we are with Beyond Us, you know, they're going to take every advantage of our cities. Well, I think that's where we have to toughen up. I think so we have to take a stand, be willing to fight. I remember during Measure AV, you measured out everything and you said, I think it's a risk, but I think it's a risk worth taking. I think that's where we're at with sales tax. I think sales tax is not just a local issue. I think it's a national issue. I do. I think taxes across the board are way too high. We pay taxes on taxes. That's crazy, man. And I think that one thing that I was proud about this city when it came to the ordinance 1577 is that we stood our ground, man, and we were willing to fight. We were willing to fight for the citizens, you know, and I would like to see that same backbone. Maybe there's something else you can do. I remember during the 70s when I was a kid, they did tax rebates. Maybe the city can do a tax rebate, you know. When you have the numbers that I see on the budget, budgets are two things. One, what you want to do and what you can do, right? And I saw a lot of what we want to do, meaning that's discretionary spending. You know, in my household, I pay for everything I have to pay for to keep us alive, and then everything else after that. I don't see that in what we're doing in our city. And what I would ask you, seriously, I would repeal it. I think it needs to be repealed. I agree with the deferred implementation of it. I like your idea of breaking it, you know, making sure we don't get charged that. Half a cent may not seem a lot, you know, for us, but at the end of the day, that takes the money out of our community, and people aren't allowed to spend it, and it actually hurts our economy. That's been proven by economists forever. Okay?
David Akers.
I certainly encourage you and support the repeal and not implementing any more Measure PD. Some things we learned tonight. You have the power to stop implementing this and to repeal it or to put it to the public to repeal. Other things we learned from the budget that you just passed, that Measure PD is expected to generate approximately $23.8 million in fiscal year 26-27. So the amount of money that we're talking about that you're taking from your citizens with this this Measure PD is $23.8 million. So if you were to not take that anymore as the measure, as Ms. Alicorn proposes, then your budget would be short $23.8 million. So, Mr. Bishop, I don't think you need financial people to find a way to make this work. And Mr. Mayor, you said, help us find $27 million. Well, as I pointed out earlier, I'm going to find it for you. It's right here in your general fund, as planned by the budget that you just approved. After your general fund has reserve funds of 30%, $38 million. I wish our citizens could have a 30% savings account as they're trying to pay for gas and make decisions. That would be nice. But after that 30% set aside that the city has, your plan is to have $24,949,562 sitting there. So what you're proposing and what you're worried about is that you want to take money from the public out of their bank account and put it in yours for the whole year. So when elections come and when we decide what happens tonight, it'll be very clear that whoever is for Measure PD still being collected wants to just take money and put it in their pocket and not do anything with it.
Next.
No further speaker cards on this section?
I've heard a lot of pros and cons on this measure. And I want to start by giving credit to Ms. Alarcon when she eloquently and clearly in writing stated the pros and cons and who would suffer the most. So the way I can follow up on that is what I've been experiencing lately. And that is this, whether it be mortgage or rent, it's overwhelming. Utilities, everybody sees that. Childcare. And when you purchase things in the public and you compare it to 2, 3, 4 years ago, McDonald's is no longer a Happy Meal, right? And because words matter, I am what you describe a marginalized, disenfranchised taxpayer. I don't make a lot of money like many on this, and even the staff make here today. I worked for LA County Social Services for 33 and a half years. Most people ask, why haven't you retired? Well, one of them is because how taxes keep going off the roof, and I still have to find a way to make ends meet. In addition to where I work, I also have a side job. And that side job 10 years ago, 20 years ago, used to be as a supplement to take my family out to eat for one particular weekend. But now I need that. The priority has changed. I do sports officiating every weekend now. And then I come home very tired. But I do that because I could not afford to pay, whether it be the trash bill, whether it be the gas bill, because of the changes that are happening around us in relation to tax. So as we say this Palmdale measure, I'll bring it back to what Ms. Alarcon stated. It hits me very hard in the form of a marginalized person just trying to make ends meet. So I really implore for all of you to really think this through. And even deferring something doesn't mean it's going to be fixed in 2, 3 years. Because guess what? 2, 3 years from now, whoever's here are going to remember how we deferred that 0.5% tax. And it's going to impact a future person who comes watch this city council. I'm a taxpayer. I'm not an official. I'm a taxpayer. And every year I'm paying more tax. Please consider this. And I would hope you take this to the ballot so people like me can take a vote on where we move forward with this. Thank you.
Hi there, Steve Lee again. I just wanted to have you consider something else here. It is possible to have a lower sales tax, but then still make more money if you had more people working here. And so there's a lot of people in this category, but I'm not at liberty to talk for them, so I'll just tell you, my example. So when I was working in East Palmdale, go to West Palmdale, had a job, was not a super commuter, but now I am a super commuter because of the city council and Learn for Life and all that. And, a lot's been written about what they did to me, and don't have enough time to go into it. But if you want to read about it, you can go on Substack, Palmdale Freedom Coalition, and read about some of the things that they did. And also, just so you know that I'm not a crackpot or something, the San Diego Union Tribune did write over 7,100 words about their questionable financial and academic practices on October 5th and October 6th of 2025. Okay, so it's been documented. The AV Press didn't want to write about it, but the San Diego Union Tribune, which is over 170 miles away, did. But anyway, getting back to the point at hand here, when I was working there, I used to go to Stater Brothers right next door, and I would buy stuff. And what does that mean? It means I'm contributing sales tax. But now, I'm no longer working in the area. I'm going to be working with kids out of state and international kids, which means I'm not going to Stater Brothers and buying stuff and contributing sales tax. There are lots of other people in that same category. And also the people who are super commuters going down below, yeah, they're getting lunch and dinner or whatever, or buying gas down there, not here. So if you want to I don't have too much time here, but if you look at, my Substack, if you Google Substack, Palmdale Freedom Coalition, and look at the post that's called The Super Commuter Problem, I give you details on why this is a problem. One of them is the crime rate, which is not accurately reported because people are too scared to report stuff. So your stats are not valid. And the second thing is the schools. All right, I'm not going to go in a long explanation about that, but that's also why a lot of people don't want to live here because of the schools. Because think of it this way, if you're a rich parent, you can choose to live in a good school district or a bad school district. All right, and if your schools are not up to snuff, they're not going to be here, which means they're not going to spend money here. So if you had more people here, you could actually have a lower sales tax, but you just have more people buying stuff, and then all your problems are solved. Okay, but I encourage you to read that post. I only have 13 seconds, and it details a whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Jason Zink. The truth of the matter is we were lied to. You guys lied to the residents of Palmdale. You told us if we voted for Measure PD, it would block Measure H, the county measure, and any future county measure. We'd keep all this money local. That's why we wanted to max it out, right? So you guys lied to us. Then that next thing, where did you get the $7 million to give to the auto mall? Where did you get the $9 million to buy the property on the freeway in Palmdale Boulevard? Where did you guys get the money to pay off all the lawsuits that you guys paid out to old city employees that didn't even break a nail? $10 million in attorney fees and costs. You guys are the problem. You guys are the problem. We are driving on third world streets. We have dead trees, missing street signs, homelessness, everything. You guys are the worst city council ever assembled in the history of the city of Palmdale. And I've been going to city meetings for over 30 years. You guys are robbing Measure AV. That was supposed to be for community programs and grants and for parks and recreation. It wasn't for the sheriff department, which has never been audited for fraud, waste, and abuse. Not talking about the deputies, I'm talking about LA. There's so much waste and abuse in the sheriff department, it's pathetic. You don't know what they're charging for toilet paper or pencils, do you? No, because it's never been audited. Never been audited. You guys all should resign, really. You guys are a disgrace to our city. Let's just talk about this, okay? On March 26, 2025, an LLC donated $5,900 to Eric Olson. Then 2 weeks later, on April 14, 2025, Eric Olson donated that money to a man who's running for the state assembly. That's corruption. That's called campaign laundering. That's called, are you stupid enough to give the same amount you get from somebody and then you give that same amount to another person?
The max donation, that's a common amount.
Yeah, okay. You're going down.
Right.
Don't even run.
Oh.
You're gonna get run out of town, I'm telling you right now. Now, with the $7 million, that ad hoc committee was for the auto mall, the vacant property owner, to discuss about rezoning. That had nothing to do with the loan. Did that guy get $1 million? No. So that just shows you, you're right, Alarcon. That's a lawsuit. Another lawsuit. You guys are so good. God,
Any other
it's so
speakers?
easy to give money
You're
away,
done.
it's not yours.
Any other speakers? Okay, I'm closing public comment. I've already ended council discussion. There's a motion. No.
You can't end council discussion.
No.
We are
We
afforded
already-
the opportunity to
We
retort. and-
already had discussion. I gave you 2 opportunities and a back and forth. I gave you
Thank you
both
so
2
much for
opportunities to speak.
giving- I'm an
There's
elected
a motion
council
and
member.
a question.
There's no clarity on my motion, first of all.
Your
So point of
motion
order.
didn't have a
Point of
second.
order.
Your
That's
motion
what
died of a lack of second.
I want to make clear.
You made it clear.
No, I want to make clear that I'm introducing this motion to suggest that we put it to the voters. Now that the voters know, what are we scared of, Eric? Now that the voters know what it is, why not ask the voters how they feel about it? You said in the
Okay,
meeting
you've
that
already made
presented
that
it,
clear. Thank
you
you.
said if the voters don't like
There's
it,
a
it's on
question on
me.
the floor. All in favor,
Let the
say
voters
aye.
decide.
What was,
Aye.
sorry, what was the
To
question?
defer the other 0.5%.
So to defer, but not to put forth to the voters a repeal of Measure PD.
Yes or no on my motion?
To defer to 29 and 30.
To get rid of the future implementations. To defer the future implementations.
Can I just throw this out there as a substitute, just so I can say I did? I would like to see the council temporarily authorize a reduction in the sales tax to 10.75. That brings us in line with other cities. And I think.
How bad that's going to screw up the budget.
And we can't do that.
We can't do that at all?
No, we
We
can't,
can't-
we can't reduce it. We can defer, but we can't reduce. We already asked CD. I'm gonna get my letters wrong, but it's CDTFA.
I understood the motion to be deferred to 29 and 30. It's
No,
currently
this-
28 and 29. And I asked you and you said yes,
No, what my motion was,
to defer entirely.
correct.
All right, I'll go ahead and go with that.
And checking with that, there's no way we can temporarily
Yes,
authorize a
let me
reduction?
explain my motion one more time. Measure PD authorized the city to increase its tax by 1%. We immediately implemented a 0.5%. We deferred 0.25% to 28 or 29, and then the second 0.25% to 29 or 30. My motion is to not implement the future money. So we leave the 0.5% on the books, and for now, we're rejecting the future 0.5%. Because right now, it's an automatic implementation. We deferred it those years, we're not gonna take the next 0.5%. But I don't wanna put it on the ballot to take this off the books when it is a tool to help us.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, that's the motion. There was a second.
Thank you for clarifying, because that's not what I heard, and now I'm clear on it. But I'll say the quiet part out loud. This has and always is a money grab. We can cut the fat. I found it just looking at a spreadsheet right now. There was a contract 8 months ago executed this for political strategy development. For what? And who authorized that? And is that even a proper use of city funds? I don't know, but there's a lot we could do to fill the gap.
Okay, let's look at that. Let's look at how
I
to
find it
cut. Let's look at alternative forms of revenue,
Yeah.
and then have the conversation about the 0.5% that's on the book.
I don't think
But
that
right
your
now,
motion is enough. I think we need to defer the full implementation of Measure PD, absolutely, and put it to the voters. Now that they know what it is, let them decide.
okay,
All right, so it's to defer completely,
yes,
although that could be implemented by a future council if they wanted to do that.
Yes.
Because the measure is still there. All right, so I
Right.
seconded that.
Okay.
It leaves it still there, which is why to do the dual, the two-pronged method
Let's call for the question.
Okay.
addresses it completely.
we're
but-
calling for the question.
So I don't have a second for mine at all, right?
No. Okay. Now the motion that's on the table to defer the future implementation of Measure PD. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna say aye. I want to
It's
defer
not
it, but
enough.
I think we can look at, I want to look at more options. I
Yes,
don't
we
understand how
will
we
look
can
at more
defer
options.
the whole thing, but we can't do half, and how do we,
Because it was an ordinance enacted by the voters, so when we talked to CDFTA, they said in order to repeal or do anything like to affect the tax, we need an ordinance.
okay.
But we can
An
defer
ordinance.
via resolution. So we can do this plan, which is defer the implementation. And
Yes.
Councilmember Loa was correct that a future council could revive it theoretically by resolution. But this would just defer the implementation of the 0.5%.
28,
Right,
29.
but why not let the voters decide? Now that they know what it is,
Okay.
let them decide.
Okay. All right, so what was the vote on that? 3 to 1?
3 to 1. Let's move on.
I didn't, I know I said, I voted yes because I want any deferral of it is great, but, it's not, I just think it's not enough.
Okay. I guess it's 4-0 now. We're deferring the future increases on PD. We will look at options to fill those revenue gaps, and we will come back with what's gonna work. But if we can't take it off, okay, never mind. City manager's report, let's go.
Mayor, members of the City Council, we have a few upcoming events. The Antelope Valley Taco Festival will be at Postal Square, June 6th from 11 to 7 p.m. Tickets required for entry. Family nights, we have 2 upcoming family nights at the amphitheater, one on Friday, June 12th. It's family movie night, Friday, June 12th, and Friday, June 26th. Friday, June 12th will feature Zootopia 2, and Friday, June 26th will feature Lilo and Stitch. Gates open at 6 p.m. and movies begin at dusk. Juneteenth, Postal Square celebration, Friday, June 19th from 11 to 3 p.m. Join us for community resources, food trucks, live entertainment, and local retail vendors. 4th of July, Independence Day fireworks celebration at the amphitheater, July 4th at 6 p.m. Don't miss these patriotic festivities and spectacular fireworks shows. Tickets available at the amphitheater website. Stars and Stripes Summer Fun at Dominic Massari Park and Marie Kerr Park. Dominic Massari, Marie Kerr, and Samuel Allen Park starting June 8th through August 7th. Times vary. Enjoy daily games and crafts. Check our city website for more information. We also have news and announcements. All are invited for the High Desert Corridor Community Meeting to discuss the early design of the high-speed rail link to Victor Valley, which will be held on June 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Palmdale Playhouse. Attention soccer fans, residents are invited to city-hosted community viewing parties at Samuel Allen Park, Mexico versus South Africa on June 11th at 12 p.m., and USA versus Paraguay on June 12th at 6 p.m. Free and open to all residents. High Desert Beer and Wine Festival returns to Palmdale for the 4th annual outing, Saturday, June 20th from 5 to 10 p.m. at the Palmdale Amphitheater. For more information, visit the City of Palmdale website. General admission and VIP tickets are available. And that's our events. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Sheriff's report. Is it still? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Ellison and council. I'll be real quick with mine.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, my report's really early in the month, so I'm going to give you data from the month prior because I can't give you exact data for the month of May yet. So we'll be talking about the month of April for now, and I'll give you a couple insights as well. So response times to routine calls for service the month of April were 88 minutes in the city, which is an improvement compared to 118 minutes in 2025, so down 30 minutes. We've hit 100 minutes or below each month so far this year, including May. We handled 3,985 calls for service in April, which was an increase compared to 3,829 calls in 2025. Based on preliminary crime,
It doesn't matter, please.
It does
please
matter.
finish.
He's our city manager.
Okay, please
It
finish.
matters.
based on preliminary data for crime, we had 279 Part 1 crimes in the city for April, which is a decrease of 10% compared to 2025. We're currently down 8% overall compared to last year through April. Gang-related shootings are currently at 6, down 33% compared to 9 in 2025. Total 328 arrests were made in April, and 52 firearms were recovered. Injury and overall collisions were down through April. Injury collisions were down 15% with 193 compared to 241 last year. To date, we've had 5 fatal collisions, including the one this past weekend over off of 10th and N, which is still down, but unfortunately the most recent one resulted in 2 community members passing away. I'll just say right now, speed kills. We've talked about it hundreds of times. That's the number one traffic enforcement thing we do. Folks are speeding, and if they collide with each other, it's going to end up in a fatality at that type of speed. We're currently at 2,803 citations through April. We're currently collaborating with the city to address some of the issues at the mall. We're going to be ramping up some of our visibility there as well. We're also planning another gun buyback event, hopefully mid-summer. And lastly, coming up for Juneteenth, we're going to be with our local faith-based organizations at some of the local events here at the city and in the county for the Be the Bridge program that we launched out of our prayer breakfast a couple weeks ago. Any questions for me?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, item 13, council reports, announcements, requests for future agenda items. Mr. Loa? Good. Andrea?
Oh, yeah, always. So a couple of things. This was done at a prior meeting, but it's still not back. I asked for and we voted on to add it. And then I submitted as an additional written request for it, a presentation on the Mark Center. What is going on with the Mark Center? Where is our money being spent? What is the protocol? What is the status of the facility? We have no knowledge of it. I've asked for it. It was voted that we bring it back to, the subsequent council meeting is still not here. I also asked for AV Edge, a presentation many months ago. It's been like a constant, request. We still have not heard from AV Edge, although I did, before, in advance of the budget, I did take time to meet with, AV Edge, the chair of AV Edge, who wonderfully provided me two binders of the information that I've been requesting. Apparently, she has submitted that information a long time ago and meets with our city manager on a monthly basis, has provided that information, but none of that information was ever afforded to me, and I'm not sure if maybe the council got it, don't know, but the city manager apparently was meeting with her and not transferring that information. So I would like to afford the AV Edge the opportunity to come and present before council, because the stuff that she shared with me was compelling. And I think the city needs, the residents need to hear it. One matter that she mentioned that is very important to us, and I'm going to ask that it be added to a future agenda, the next council meeting, is she's been working with an entity to bring a skilled nursing facility here to provide 200 jobs. And she's been asking our city manager to get a letter of support. I asked her for a template. She said, no problem, I can have the letter. The developers and those that are financially contributing to the project have said, well, what's going on? We don't have this letter of support. I've got this draft letter. Things get lost in translation. They don't come to us. I don't understand what would be the delay in writing a letter of support for this facility to move forward, to bring an additional 200 jobs to our community. And so I'd like to ask that we add that letter to a future council meeting. Because we've had all these problems with adding items to the agenda, I would like to revisit how we get things on the agenda, because apparently asking for something, getting a motion, getting it voted by the council is still not sufficient enough to get something on the agenda. So we need to figure that out to make it equitable, because it just seems like it's sort of to the chair's discretion, or maybe the city manager, maybe the city attorney. I don't know who's making the final decision, but the council's will is not being followed. So I'd like to revisit that. City manager oversight. We are the direct line to both the city manager and the city attorney, yet I don't know that we have any direct oversight mechanisms in place for direct oversight of our city manager. We don't, for instance, review any expenditures made, any contracts awarded under his city manager authority. We've increased his numbers over time, but we don't get monthly or quarterly reports to know. I had to ask and go through a public records request to get some of that information, not all of it. But it is our fiscal responsibility to provide that oversight. And we've gotten ourselves in legal messes that have cost our city millions of dollars because of the lack of oversight over that city management position. So I'd like to also add to a future agenda a discussion and I've got a couple of them, but requesting that at a minimum we get quarterly reports in public forum at our council meetings with a spreadsheet on all contracts entered into by the city manager during the preceding quarter, so that we can keep an eye on it, on all expenditures made under city manager authority, so that we can keep an eye on it without anybody reviewing it. I mean, no, he's Janelle, Miss Sampson is she's a subordinate. the other deputy city managers, assistant city managers, they're subordinates. They're not providing any check. By the municipal code, we are obligated to provide that oversight, yet none exists. And that's why we've gotten ourselves into trouble. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And I think that all dovetails back to some of this contracting mess that I think that I've uncovered, and some other issues. Like I said, who awards a contract for political strategy development? Why would he do that? For what? And who authorized him to do that? He did it under his own city manager authority. For what purpose? Not clear. In any case, I'd like for there to be some mechanisms put into place so that we can provide that oversight in public forum over that position. Same with our city attorney, although that one, there are a couple of things that I think we'd like to consider, but one in particular is a policy requiring that our city attorney not utilize personal electronic devices during our meetings and any other meetings that they preside in. I went to the Measure AV meeting and was quite frankly disturbed and we're by the behavior that I saw, and they're billing us. And we should have undivided attention and focus on our matters that they're presiding over. So those are the few that I'd like. I don't know how to get them on the agenda because it seems like even if we take a vote, it doesn't matter.
I asked the city manager, because you made these requests last meeting, I don't believe that you asked for the city manager information to be presented publicly. We did receive an email with the things that you asked for, the contracts he signed for and the others. I followed up to find out why Mark presentation and AV Edge wasn't on this agenda. And it's because we can't force them to come in here. They're preparing it. They're still working with them. They're trying to set up a date.
She sent me an email saying I talked to them. They said they couldn't fit us in. She was happy to do it. She said she could. I have it in writing. I'll give it to you.
Okay. Awesome.
You're
Austin, do
getting
you
a
have
different story than what is actually happening.
Yeah, I'll be brief. It's getting late, but I want to thank the members of the public for being here. I want to thank the staff for everything they do and for being steadfast, and especially for those who had to come up and present tonight and answer some very difficult questions. There's without a doubt, there's always things we could be doing better. There's always things that we could tighten up and make adjustments on, and we're going to have to do that moving forward. I'm still going to keep looking at ways that we could lower the sales tax and have it move lockstep with some of the other cities, so that way we're not the sole city that has one of the highest rates. I do believe we need to keep Measure PD to protect us against the county, but I still would like to lower the sales tax. But getting back to the meeting tonight, there's definitely things we could be doing better. Communication is key. It doesn't always, in leadership and serving the public, it doesn't always have to be a gotcha moment. Communicating with the staff, with the public, with the residents is always very, very important to make sure that we can try to get on the same page. It's not always going to be that way. If it was, that wouldn't be good. We should have disagreements. We should have different views. It's just how do we get to the destination where we want to be that best suits the city and best suits the residents that live in our city. So I appreciate everyone being here tonight. Thank you to staff for keeping the city moving along. We know it's not easy, and we're going to do our best we can in these difficult times to continue serving the public and doing our best to provide for the residents and keep the city moving in a positive and forward direction. So thank you.
Okay, one last thing, I would like to add my request to add to a future agenda this town hall ordinance. I haven't had the chance to review it because this is my first time receiving it, but in substance, in policy, fundamentally, I'm fully supportive. I'm the first person on this council to have hosted a town hall, so I'm fully supportive of all of us having, so I would at least like to add this on the agenda for discussion.
I'll second to add for discussion.
Everything. The proposed ordinance, so let's incorporate, I mean, I didn't do all of this for it not to be incorporated into
I know, but
the record.
I'm not gonna vote on that until I have an opportunity to
No,
read
I'm not
it.
asking you to vote on the substance, but incorporate what they wrote into our agenda.
All right. It's 10:30. Normally, we'd have to make a motion to extend the meeting. Item 14 right here, announcement by city attorney. I think that's a mistake because we already reported out the earlier closed session. So this meeting is adjourned until July 7th, 2026.